All right. I'm just gonna turn Mr. Harris Heller down just a little bit. And then we're gonna fix this, because we're doing Dungeons and Dragons today, but not Baldur's Gate. Spam viewers and follower requests. And, you know, we're going to try and keep this E for everyone. We'll try. We'll try. We'll try. All right, so first things first. Oh, how dare my camera? How dare I poorly pick that transformation? All right, let's just quickly check. Okay. Well, let's figure out something to make while people are showing up. Let's grab a template. Let's grab that. So, typically what I do is I will create quick templates just for my own quick reading. I don't do a lot of formatting into the... Whoa. Things are being adjusted and falling. I don't do a lot of formatting into the traditional into the Dungeons & Dragons like digital format. I will do that for people if they ask me to, but typically I don't. And what I'm kind of in the process of doing right now is taking characters, monsters, items, spells, the whole nine yards, and try to convert them up. Specifically, setting specific things. And at the moment, I'm working on some magic items. So, are there even any... I don't actually know if there are any magic items in this specific book. Maybe. Let's take a look at the... So right now I'm flipping through Dragons of Faerun. Old 3.5. Ooh, but there's traps. There's traps, and I was just talking to someone the other day about trap design. Maybe we do some traps, but there are some magic items, so let's go to page 123. Let's take a look about what's in here. So we got the Dragon Tooth of Loreth. It's some sort of relatively expensive dagger. It's got some lore. That's actually good. This is good. This is a good place to start for adaptation. So I'll just type above here. We'll go with adapted Dragons of Faerun. Page 193, 123. Ah, the font. The font will kill me. This is where everyone finds out that I am a sad, fontless bastard. Okay. This one, Flaming Burst, Dragon Fang. Okay. So first, let's take a look at a Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang weapon. These are uncommon. Any piercing weapon. Say any one-handed piercing weapon. And we'll say they do not require attunement. We don't need attunement for the basic idea of a Dragon Fang weapon. So its primary function is this weapon counts as magical for overcoming resistances. We'll start with that. Hey, Llama! We're trying something new. Though I think I told you about this before. Alright, so... weapon counts as magical for overcoming resistances, and on a successful attack roll, this weapon. Hey, Snubsy, we're making D&D stuff today. That's the plan. On a successful attack roll, this weapon will deal... I'm prepared. Prepared. Waste. That actually is too expensive. Even that was definitely. I need to fix that. I did that to spite you, specifically you, and that's too much. I can't expect people to pay 900 channel points to make me drink water. It's so rude. Oh. No. It's 500. 500 is reasonable. Alright. So, at the moment, I'm doing a conversion, but generally how the rules of this loosely are going to go is I'm going to take requests. You should lock it to only you. I wish. I would just make it so you couldn't push the button if I was going to do that. On successful attack roll, this weapon will deal 1d4 damage. Additional... sorry. This weapon will deal 1d4 additional damage keyed to what kind of dragon? Dragon Fang weapon is based on. You can give him 400 back. So today we are making Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition material. No, you deserve those points to make me drink water later. Yeah, so, keyed to what kind of dragon the Dragon Fang was based on. When created, pick an elemental type. No. Well, people are going to know how bad my typing is. When created, I'm revealing too much. Either full refund. You know what? Give him back the points. Give him back the points. Just do it. When created... Actually, I don't think that matters. Yeah. When created, pick an energy type from the following list. I should have seen that coming. They're his points to spend however he wants. Alright, so what I've forgotten in my head is what are the elemental dragon types in 5e in the Dragonborn subtype? What are the elemental types that they get access to? It's ice. It's like cold. Do I want Chinese food, pizza? I don't want to cook tonight. I don't want to cook tonight basically either. I'm probably going to be ordering KFC because I feel like some fried chicken. And Stubbsy is right. it depends on the acid, lightning, fire, poison, cold. Acid, lightning, fire, poison, cold. Acid, lightning, fire, poison, or cold. Gotta have that last. There we go. There we go. Perfect. And as far as flavor text goes, ooh, you have Popeyes. That's right. You're very lucky to have Popeyes where you are. Ooh, look at her Popeyes. Probably would be Domino's if it's pizza. I mean, extra cheesy donair fingers from Pizza Twice. Snubsy, not everybody's in the East Coast, unfortunately. Llama's, I believe, in Ottawa right now, which means no donair. It is sad. Very sad. I know. It's because Tom is a reckless boy who doesn't he doesn't think about how other people feel. Dragonfang weapons are often thought to be the actual fangs of dragons, to be honest. But to be frank, no. Because it's not someone speaking. But it is, in reality, just a clever enchantment. Mass-produced by, we'll say, Red Roses of Thay, and strewn throughout the realms. Alright. That's one. Hey folks, welcome to the stream. See a sudden influx of viewers. We are making content today for people. That's going to be monsters, traps, feats. Feats are kind of like a maybe thing. You kind of want to give me what it is you're looking for to be made, because feats take a bit more balancing than some other things, because they're gonna be a bit more unbalancing potentially. But yeah, I make homebrew content for Dungeons & Dragons 5e. I kind of do it usually just behind the scenes for my own group, or sometimes no one ever sees it. Didn't even need you to spend the points that time. And yeah, so at the moment, until someone makes a request of a thing that they would like to see for their game, I'm just going to be converting some items until I get a request from older sources. So I'm going through things like, I have a bunch of friends playing in Forgotten Realms right now. Yeah, I'll make an NPC. If you have an outline for what you want a character to be like in a game, yeah, I can make an NPC. I just need to know if it's something that, like, I would want a little bit more from the requester, since I would need to know like what setting it's got to be in, what function you want it to serve your players. But yeah, I will make an NPC. Gear and stuff like that is just quicker. So if someone asks me, hey, I'm looking for a unique magic item to give my players, or hey, I'd love a really cool piece of armor for my villain to wear, that's easy to turn out with less information from the person asking the question. And then, of course, you can always give revisions, where it's harder to do a whole revision of, like, an NPC. Let's look at some evil items. There's got to be some tools of evil from Champions of Ruin. Yeah, page 40 on this book has some magic items in it. So we'll just do some conversions until someone has something they'd like to have made. Doomstrike. Ooh. That's cool. What? That sounds cool. After successfully sundering a weapon, the wield of the Doomstrike can cleave into an enemy. No, sundering isn't as big this time around. Ravenous weapons. A melee weapon with Ravenous only functions as wielder is evil. These are older. Some of these are older rules. Flensing Gauntlet. A Flensing Gauntlet is a ragged-looking, tattered glove and an armband of untanned humanoid skin. It is otherwise a +1 gauntlet. Activation is move action. Effect on systems with tears some flesh away. Takes extra. Ooh, okay. Yeah. We can go work with this. All right, so we've got. I don't know why it does that. Could you make ham salad into an NPC for my campaign? You would like me to create a generic baby? Or perhaps, sorry, I don't mean to say that ham salad is a generic baby. Would you like me to create stats for a small child? Or would you like me to create a projection of your ham salad child? Okay. We can look at doing that. You will... How dare you? Oh my god. Adapted from Champions of Ruin. Page. Give me 1 second here. 42. I don't know why it keeps assuming I want Ariel when I don't think anyone anywhere wants Ariel. Alright. So, alright. You're looking for ham salad as an NPC. Alright. Since he's not... Okay. They're too young to be a caster, so while I'm copying a bunch of this, I'm going to be trimming a bunch of it off. How dare you do this to me? Alright, Ham Salad has some gear. They're going to have a single class level. They will have attacks. They have a class race background. Ham Salad will have no languages as they are a baby. I don't know why these sections aren't pre-bolded the way they're supposed to be. Alright. I'm gonna need you to help me out a little bit, as I would like you to class Ham Salad. They are a small-sized creature. They are definitely chaotic neutral. And almost certainly human. I will say that they have a... We'll go down here. Alright, so... Do you want me to roll stats, or would you like the... would you like Ham Salad to have the standard array? For those not in the know, Intentional Chaos 13 is a dear friend of mine in real life who recently had a baby, and because I can't remember the circumstances, but we did a trade. We did a trade of some... I think we gave them a used cell phone in exchange for this really incredible ham salad that made of like real diced smoked ham that their husband made. And so I started calling their pregnant baby Ham Salad. Their pregnant tummy at the time, rather. Pregnant baby. Oh, pregnant baby. And so the baby has been called Ham Salad by myself and my partner Julia since it's around the time that we found out it had been conceived. Alright, standard array is fine. Do you have a preference for character class? Because I'm leaning sorcerer. If you don't have a distinct preference. Because babies are all charisma. Of course, yeah, wild magic. Yeah. Don't act like I don't know. That baby doesn't know what it's doing. All right. So, character name ham salad, small humanoid. Human. We're gonna go with variant human because then I can give them some specific stats. Or they're gonna get the 16 charisma because they're gonna get that +1 from being human, variant human. I'm brain farting standard array real hard, and I'm gonna kick myself once I look at it because it's gonna flood back into me like a 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. Yeah, that's right. All right, so baby's got 8 con. It's not great. They're a baby. They're actually not that dexterous because they're a baby. So we're gonna go with the second lowest. That's where the 10's gonna go. This baby needs to invest in armor. Babies can be woken up at the slightest jarring of anything, so we're gonna put the 14 in wisdom. Surprisingly, this is a 12 strength baby. And ham salad's pretty smart, so we'll drop the 13 there. Since we've got only one other uneven, it is in my opinion that babies and well, babies and everyone should have even numbers. Sorcerers are proficient with charisma and constitution saving throws. Easy enough. I don't know why constitution looks like that though. Skills. Actually, variant human I think just gets a feat in +2/+1s, so that works out pretty well. So I think that's everything I need from there. Let's flip back over to sorcerer real quick. You're giving me everything I need too by telling me wild magic. I knew that was what I was gonna pick, but all right. So let's. Actually, don't need that stuff there. I keep forgetting to update this. Wild magic sorcerer. Big ol' level 1. And let's go down to languages none. Even though the game gives you languages, this is a baby. Babies can't speak. So we're gonna put under skills. What are the most baby-like skills that the sorcerer gets? We're talking probably persuasion and deception. Ham salad is hungry. Persuasion and we'll say deception. Oh, they're... All right. Then we'll go... There's not many class features. I think it's just sorcerer's origin and spell casting are the only features that they get. Yeah. Origin, spell casting. Also, that should be bolded. Really need to fix this template. It's a little iffy from where I had it last. Alright. Let's flip over to backgrounds. So, typically, and this is just because I don't have the setup yet, the plan is to have another camera so you guys can look at the books that I'm looking at, and you can see the art. I can show off some of the old books that I have in my collection when I'm converting. I'm not going to pull up PDFs or anything like that. There are no legal PDFs of 5th edition content that exist, so I'm not going to be showing off PDFs and showing Wizards of the Coast that I'm stealing their content. It's simply not going to happen. Wow, I flipped way too far. Alright, so the best background for a baby, I think, is going to be the closest thing I can think of is a criminal. So I think we're going to keep that. We're going to swap in Insight. if I could... Whoa, that is not even close. GHT. Wow, I am very bad. Persuasion, deception, and stealth. So we got some 4 core skills. They get 1 type of gaming set and thieves tools. So obviously this kid knows how to play craps and things. So we'll say dice set and thieves tools. I can tell you this kid is not terribly good or bad with thieves tools. Depends. You might have to do something with wisdom. No vehicles. We're actually going to take that out because, no, kids can't drive. They're not going to have any damage resistances or immunities. They're going to have a sense of passive perception. Wow. Wow. Passive perception... 12? Yeah. Can you guys just give me 1 second? Just gonna mute the mic for a moment. Alright. Alright, ham salad. No special visions or anything, because you're ham salad. You're just ham salad. Okay, so... we've got... dark clothes, a crowbar. Your baby has a crowbar. That's what's important. Set of dark common clothes for thieving. You know, he's got a black turtleneck and one in slightly darker black, including a hood and a pouch containing 15 gold. We'll call it gold. We don't need to call it GP. It's rude. It's rude to the gold. And then we're going to pop back the Sorcerer real quick, because at first level, Sorcerers know 2 spells and 4 cantrips, and they have very little other than that. So we're just going to insert a line, because I regret removing the fact that the baby has spells. Spells known. Go with cantrips. Okay, let's find the most baby-based cantrips possible. What are the most baby-based cantrips possible? I mean, Acid Splash for when they spit up. Poison Spray for when they spit out. Yeah, definitely. I think that's going to be the first level spell that they have, because I think they're going to get Thunder Wave. Yeah, baby's going to get Thunder Wave at first level. I don't think there's a first level sound-based ability that's a cantrip, but there should be. I mean, I think this is where we scam it a little bit, because the feature that it's going to gain, it's going to gain a feature which is a feat, and that feat is going to be, let me just pop open a new window here. There is a good option here in, I believe, should be, now here's the question: do we want to make the baby an eldritch horror creature? Is ham salad truly a creature of terror? Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. Thaumaturgy for amplified noise. But thaumaturgy isn't... You gotta get it from, Cleric, I think? Welcome back. We're discussing how your baby needs terrifying loud noises. Is thaumaturgy only on the cleric? Okay, so we're gonna have to probably do magic initiate, which is what I'm thinking. I'm looking at UA to see if there's anything else. Warlock, for some reason... Does Warlock not have thaumaturgy? For some reason? Did it get added on in a UA? Expanded. UA class feature variants. Let's take a look. Welcome to the chat. Class feature variants. Let's scroll down to Warlock, spell versatility, and new Warlock spells. Warlock did get some new spells when they expanded. Ah, they're all first level spells. No. Alright. Looks like it's going to be spellcasting, magic initiate. Magic initiate cleric, which I believe gets you a couple options. We're gonna take thaumaturgy for sure, but I forget what... It's been so long since I've used that feat on anything that I don't remember exactly what it gives. It's one first level spell. It's charisma for bard, sorcerer, warlock, wisdom. Got good wisdom, so that'll work. One first level spell and 2 cantrips. You are correct, but this baby, this beautiful ham salad baby, is base class wild magic sorcerer. And the wild magic has given them some cleric cantrips. Wow, am I typing? Thaumaturgy. However, that does believe, I think other than thaumaturgy, there's some other good cleric cantrips that work for a baby. Specifically, I think Toll the Dead, which is like the screaming. Toll the Dead is also one of the best damage cantrips in the game, so we gotta give this baby some power. Gotta give it some juice. One last sorcerer cantrip, which I'm torn. I feel like a baby is gonna cast Mage Hand a lot to mess with people. Mage Hand. Oh, Mage Hand should actually be before Prestidigitation, before Poison Spray. Mage Hand, Poison Spray, Toll the Dead. And then we will need at least one more. Oh, I've overlooked the most important. Though I think a DM who is kind will say that the hostility will be a little bit lower. Babies can definitely cast friends. And then we'll go with first level spells. Now with Magic Initiate, with Magic Initiate, I don't think the spell is actually added to your spells. Friends is a spell that instantly makes the person your friend. They are friendly. It improves them. It's basically a charm spell, except as soon as it ends, they become hostile. So it's like when the baby is all gurgly and happy, and then you pick it up, and it's charmed you, and then it throws up all over you. So the baby will coax you into loving it, and then it will poison spray you point blank in the face. And that's what you have to deal with. I don't think Magic Initiate actually adds it to your spell list. I think you just get it once per day at your caster level as if you were a cleric. I think. I'm going to double check, because, you know, it would be much nicer if it added it to the spell list. It'd also be a little easier. In addition, choose one. If you use this feat, you can cast the spell once at its lowest level, and you must finish a long rest before you cast it again. Nope. That means it's its own thing. So the 2 first level sorcerer spells that a baby would know are going to be Charm Person and Charm Person and Thunderwave. Wow. It's always on spells that are like but I missed that. And then Magic Initiate spell as per Cleric. What's the 1 first level spell Cleric has that a baby should have? We asked the big questions here. So I'm torn. Sanctuary works really well, but also Command. And I'm going with Command. What is happening to my keyboard? Thank you. Thank you, autocorrect. Alright. Then it just needs the rest of its starting class gear filled in, and we have completed the first request, which is a baby sorcerer named Ham Salad. Meow a lot. Meow all you want, cat. Oh, someone's up peeking behind the monitor. What a sassy boy. What a sassy bad boy. Alright, so I can't imagine a baby with a crossbow, but I can imagine he's hiding behind the monitors. You can't see him. I can't imagine a baby with a crossbow, but I can imagine a child running with a knife, as per the greatest Vine. Hey, what you got there? So, sweet baby ham salad will have a dagger. It's for chopping ham for said salad. They will have, they will not have an arcane focus. They will have a component pouch. I just really like the idea of a baby playing with bat poop when it eventually casts Fireball. We'll say an Explorer's Pack in the classic Dora Diego style. Explorer's Pack and 2 additional daggers. So we'll say 3 daggers up here. And as far as Sorceress Origin, we picked Wild Magic, which at first level gives you just Tides of Chaos, I believe. Yeah, I think you just get Tides of Chaos. Gain the advantage on one. You can manipulate the forces and give yourself... Yeah, okay. It's just that one feature. So feature, Sorceress Origin, Tides of Chaos. Dagger, dagger, dagger. It's correct. Just the dagger, dagger, dagger. The baby fights clearly with strength. So we have a plus 3 to hit. wait, we should also actually properly do this. So boom, dagger. Get rid of that. +3. Dagger, melee weapon attack. Oh, he's slipping in front of me. You might be able to see him. You're definitely going to see the tail when he slips by. He's right in front of me. Oh, my boy. My boy. No, you can't get away. Meow. Hey, sir. Oh, what a good boy. What a good boy you are. Oh, meow. Welcome. Tonight we're making D&D stuff. To hit +3 to hit 1d4 +1 slashing damage. Slashing damage. Kinda. I've been meaning, I do this sort of thing all the time in my spare time as writing exercises when I'm writing adventures and things, and I figure I might as well do it in the service of others. So, I'm going to set up a Dropbox that I will have, like, these documents in, and people can just snag them after the stream. Also, I have a Discord now, so if y'all would like updates of when I go live, or if you want access to this content, will be what I call it, the content, after the fact, it'll be in the Discord. I'm going to post it all there as well. So, yeah. Let's continue here, because I think there's just a few other things I need to do before this is done. I think daggers are throwing 10 and 20, I want to say. It's been a while since I've even used a dagger fighter. Daggers are a dime a dozen, but I'd much rather throw carts, boulders. Yeah, finesse, light, thrown, range 20-60. Ooh. Done. We now have the baby. It's a somewhat convoluted character. Their background is criminal. Because babies are criminals. I know you're not exactly here right now in this moment, but intentional chaos. Your baby should go to jail. He's a crook. Ham salad is a thief. Alright. Anybody got any input on what they would like to see next? Because I can go back to what I was kind of working on next. If people don't have recommendations or requests, I am just converting some Forgotten Realms and old Eberron and some stuff. Because that's one completed baby sorcerer, and I feel good about it. Cleansing Gauntlet, stealing hearts. Absolutely he is. Cleansing Gauntlet. How much? It's a vampiric weapon. I'm gonna probably go with this is a rare item for now. Is there a specific designation in the DMG for magic gauntlets? I don't think so. I think they're just wondrous items. I mean, the easy thing to do is look up the Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Just a wondrous item. Yeah, wondrous item, uncommon, requires attunement. Come on. Requires attunement. Let's make a sub-boss. Alright, so what are you interested in doing for said sub-boss? Give me some input. A submarine boss. Oh. Oh my. I already see that I've made a mistake. When you know, you know. Alright, Flensing Gauntlet. A submarine sandwich boss. A ragged-looking gauntlet of untreated humanoid leather. Ooh. When the gauntlet is active, leather tightens. Pulls away, pulls back. Between the knuckles. A submarine sandwich boss. It can be a moniker if that's too silly. I mean, it's pretty silly and is not quite enough to go on. Are you looking for some aquatic challenger? Are we talking about a pirate? I need a little bit more to go on than a submarine sandwich boss. Because otherwise, our friend Josh, I'm just going to make Josh. Because of that time he worked at Subway. I'm just gonna make a regular, normal guy making sandwiches. And that seems too easy. Alright, so a successful attack with the activated gauntlet tears a strip of flesh away from a living, corporeal opponent, causing pain and trauma that weakens it as well as dealing damage. Okay, so I'm thinking, let's do an underwater sub-boss. Okay. Okay, that's getting somewhere. I like that. I like that. We'll say, can I finish this item, or would you like me to get started on it right this second? Because I can get started on it right this second. A sub-boss encounter. Okay. Alright. Now, when you say a sub-boss, an underwater sub-boss, are we looking at a monster? Or a new type of NPC class character? It should be a Triton? Okay. 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 I see what you're putting down. I'm gonna need a much better book than we normally use. Because the only good version of Triton is Theros Triton. Ugh, I haven't even looked at this yet. I just know they gave them the one thing they needed, which was dark vision. You know, you can boo Theros all you want, but this book is really good. You might have to run. My friend is having a really hard day. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Hey, that's fair. We can make do. No one's gonna cause trouble. Right? Right? That's fair. Do what you gotta. Before you leave, if you could message Madhi in the Discord and let him know that you can't make it, Nightbot should be fine. But if Mad's free, they might be able to pop on and give us a hand. But I really just kind of do that maybe if you decide to take off. Nightbot can't handle him. That's not possible. All right, so We got an underwater boss, sub-boss. Give me a CR. What level party is this meant to challenge? CR 5. Okay. So, the next question is, do you want them to command some Triton minions? No, it's okay. It's okay. The only way someone gets full control over this is if they make me a sellout. Like by gifting a sub or something. That's the only way they're going to get to control it. Everything is free, and people can offer some input. A Triton Cirque is kind of like a mer person. In D&D, most aquatic creatures are their own thing, with the exception of the sea elves, who are elves who live under the sea, as per very obvious. Tritons are humans that evolved underwater, and so they have gills and can see in the dark, and they're basically fish people. Think Abe Sapien from Hellboy would be like a good example of kind of what a D&D Triton is. They're pretty great. So Ben, you're thinking 8 or 12. So yeah. They are aqua boys and aqua girls and aqua people of all types. Half Triton, half submarine. I'll do that. Don't tempt me, Cirque. Don't do that. Don't tempt me. There are rules. There are rules here for me to do this. Okay, so we're gonna go with we'll call them the Submariner for shorthand right now. So first things first, let's look at an iconic NPC of roughly this same CR for power balance concepts. So the one thing I do think is correct is that the individual NPCs are rather well appropriately CR'd in the monster manual, in the player's handbook. They are quite good. I like them. They work out well. They are surprisingly useful. So let's pop open appendix. Is it D? Is the section after D? No, these are just basic monsters. That's right, not in the player's handbook. Monster manual has the first round of regular NPCs. Let's pop open the monster manual wherever I keep it. Huh. My monster manual might be elsewhere at the moment, which would leave us with I think it's Mordenkainen? Yeah, Tome of Foes. Pop open the Tome of Foes. Past all the bad boys. Nope. Also just monsters. Where are the NPCs? Is it Monster Manual and... That's what I call my contact book. Very valid. I would also call that my contact book. I am having a heck of a time trying to remember where this game keeps all of its NPCs. Volos has NPCs in it. Yeah. I'm not looking for a master of waves. I will look at that to see what its spread is, just so I can see Like, is it more of a cleric or more of a druid or something? Yeah, I know that there's an NPC section in the monster manual. I don't have my monster manual here for some reason. That is the problem. Master of Waves. Charisma-based spellcasting. Okay, it's a little bit of a sorcerer. And the Shore Stalker, say that 10 times fast, is a divine poison roguey thing. Okay, so they've got a sorcerer type, and they've got a divine hunter type. What they don't have is a straight-up warrior. This calls for Eldritch Knight, or Eldritch Knight Light. So, for a moment, let's grab the template that we use for characters. Go back over here to the actual doc. Let's pop it open. And so, you know, we're going to have maybe... If we go to something like an Archdruid, which is CR12, a CR12 Archdruid has 9th level spells. So if we're going to do a CR... It has a single 12th level spell. So what we can infer from that is that it's not actually a classed creature. That they have made no attempt, because it only has 1 slot each from 6th through 9th. However, how do you feel about having barnacles up in there? That depends on what... A barnacle knight was actually something I was thinking in my head as a name, so I'm a big fan of that. I'm just going to quickly glance at Druid. Because I'm comparing power level and levels to base the features and abilities on. So if we pop open Druid, which I keep glancing right over, the point where Druid has 4 first level spells and 3 fifth level spells is the equivalent of an 18th level character, which makes sense because of turn economy and hit points. So, if we flip over to Fighter, no, that's too far. Here we go, Fighter. Let's look at an 18th level fighter here. So an 18th level fighter is going to be scary. It's one of the scariest things in the game. It's also made for single combat in a way Druid is not. Druid is very scary and very powerful, but it's more powerful in the hands of a player than it is in the hands of a non-player, because typically non-player characters aren't directly combat versed, even not necessarily when they're villains in the same way. They have other druidy things to do than just fight, and so their selection of abilities and things are going to be skewed. This is what makes player characters so heroic and so vibrant in the face even of their villains. It's because of that. So, a Barnacle Knight, which is what we'll start calling this bad boy. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever that was. Let's call them... And we're looking at a medium humanoid Triton. We're going to go with chaotic neutral. And then, so... This is where things get a little wonky. So... These things typically have way more hit dice than a player character does. And I'm not entirely sure why they do it this way, except to shore up HP. So what we'll do is we're going to use Arch Druid as our template. So that's 24d10 hit dice plus whatever. Oh, not equals, plus. Armor class is floating 16, height, armor, and shield. I don't think shields are practical for underwater, so we're going to go two-hand, probably a piercing two-handed weapon. So we're going to go with something flexible. We're going to go with half plate. I think is good. And this is also going to inform a magic item, because I am going to make a custom uncommon non-magical armor that we'll do after this. But we're looking at... go with... sometimes I flip too far in one direction, sometimes I don't flip far enough in the other. Alright, so what we'll do... yeah, half plate. Half plate's the way to go. This guy isn't stealthy at all. So that's 15. We'll say 16 AC from a positive dex. That yeah, we're going to build some special underwater armor to go with this. Probably an uncommon magical... uncommon non-magical armor, like how mithril and adamantine work. So we've pre-decided on a stat from the basic array. Obviously, we're going to go with 15 int, despite being a fighter. We're going to go with 14 strength, 13 wisdom, or no, 13 con. We'll go with 10 wisdom and 8 charisma. The Barnacle Knight does not care about what you have to say. He just wants bang, bang, bang. So that's when we pop back over. See, I'm not going to do coral armor, because coral armor, based on what coral is highly impractical. However, I would be willing to consider maybe some coral crossbow bolts, or something of the like. Perhaps coral daggers. Coral is just a very impractical armor for something that's meant to move around. Now, maybe a coral monster that walks along the ocean floor. That sounds far more reasonable. But what I'm thinking is actual shell plates. Plated shells to make the this viable. Man, you can tell how much I've gone through Theros, because like I skipped over the player races at the beginning entirely, directly to the gods. How about a ceremonial item made of coral? I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed at all. Alright, so Triton get an increase to strength, con, and charisma. So that's going to bump up to 9. I did not mean to open that with that F command. We got 14. Whoa. 14 and 15 strength. Give me a shell, yeah! Excellent. Alright, so that's a pretty basic standard array of stats. Now, if we look, it's spread a little thin, because typically NPCs have better stats than this. So just give me 1 sec to really look at this. Alright, so typically fighters have a couple stat assignments, and it makes sense that we would up, since this is a CR12 encounter, that some of these numbers be a little higher. Oh, well, thanks for stopping in. Sorry, I didn't see you post anything earlier. Thanks for stopping in, Mew. No problem. feel free to pop back in. We'll probably be doing this at least for 3.5 hours or so. If there are constant requests, I will be consistently looking to continue going. So if people are, still asking for stuff, that's what we'll be doing. Oh, thank you for the follow, Intentional Chaos. I didn't see the alert. Did anyone else see the alert? Alright, so typically fighters will get some adjustments. We're not going to give this character any feats. They get a bunch of ASIs. And so most CR12 challenge creatures typically have an 18 or a 20 or several 16s. So for instance, this character has worse stats than a CR8 Blackguard. So we're going to bump that up. What we'll do is we'll pop up the 2 important stats to 18. They're not going to have full quite spellcasting because they're not going to be a 24th level character either. We don't really have to care about skills a ton, but we do care about saving throws. So, fighters are con and strength. So we'll say for this character, at this high level, we'll go with +4 proficiency bonus across the board for things like skills and stats, because that's not meant to be so overpowering. Again, with the way the game is balanced, NPCs typically are not actually classed the same as players. They shouldn't be, realistically, ever. So we'll say +8 for strength. Saving throws are strength +8 and con +6. Which put them in line with other things between 12 to 8 CR. I don't know why that gap is there. Alright, so first of all, we're going to bold all these before I forget entirely. And I still need to fix this template because it doesn't need that. Alright, so next we have skills. We're going to go with some classics, athletics. Athletics, I would say perception makes sense for an underwater skirmisher. Arcana, because they're an arcane caster. And, probably just one other skill. They're a skilled underwater character. They have disadvantage on stealth, so stealth is not their forte. I'm thinking maybe something unexpected. Let's take a look at the champion. What skills does a champion have? Intimidation. That's not that unexpected. Nature and intimidate. Yeah, we'll go up to 5 skills. Nature and intimidation. A pet? So I typically won't assign animals or pets to NPCs. I think that's important for the DM to decide that. This thing would just bring a static shark or stingray, maybe a whale. It's kind of a stand-in for Namor in a couple ways. This is probably not a big bad evil guy, but could be adapted into being a big bad evil guy. And the big bad evil guy should realistically probably have minions. So I'm hesitant to slap a pet right on it, but I'll probably put a notation that this kind of creature would come with a bunch of sea life, since Tritons can speak to sea life pretty well. So athletics is going to be +8. Arcana is going to be at also +8. Intimidation's going to be at only +3 because they got a negative at it, but it's positive. Perception's going to be at +4. Nature's going to be at +8. Okay. Tools, they're not going to have any tool proficiencies because they're NPCs. NPCs don't need that sort of detail. Dungeon masters should know that they can slap that on characters as much as they need. Weapon and armor proficiencies don't really need to be gone over. Do we want it to have any damage resistances? Yes, it's got cold resistance, as per the fact that it is a Triton. Damage immunities, we're saying none. Senses, we're going to go passive perception. 14. Oh. That was the wrong control function. Passive perception, dark vision. The way they were always meant to have. 60 feet. And what else? Do they get any other sensibilities? No. Let's pop back up here a bit to speed, because they do have alternate speed. Walk 30 feet, swim 30 feet. Oh, welcome back. So fast. Justice for Tritons. Ooh, new follower. Okay. Neat. Look at you learning about the Discord bots. My hero. Feel free to chime in if you have any input or ideas about what we're working on, Mew Mew. Mew Mew V. Okay, so there's cold languages. Languages, speak, read, and write, common, and primordial. We'll go over attacks and features in a second. So, yeah, sure, absolutely. Let me look at it. Mind if I have some help balancing a homebrew magic item? My goal with it is kind of replace the normal armor and progressive system across levels. Just wanted someone with experience to tune the numbers. So adjusting the system might be more complex than what I'm doing right on the board anyway. I'm more than happy to talk about it. I don't know if I'll be able to like craft it in front of you as we go. If you write out kind of what your idea is as a guideline, maybe I can give you either an opinion or perhaps point you in the direction of some alternate armor class systems, because there are several that exist, and some of them are quite good. Some of them are, depending, can be a bit more complicated, but feel more realistic. There are others that are just flat out simpler. Some are a mix. You've already made the magic item. I just need some stuff to tune the numbers. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. If you just cut paste it, I don't know if you're in the Discord. If you go into if you join the Discord, if you copy paste it, it's probably going to be a wall of text which might catch the bot in chat. So if you join the Discord and post in the Discord, thank you. Let me take a look at it. You can also just find me in Discord and whisper it to me if you don't want it like in the public, but I don't think it'll be much of a problem. I'll take a look at it. I can even take a look at it on stream once you have it posted up. If you don't mind, I'm just going to tackle the rest of this NPC monster, and then we'll do that one next. I want you to create me as a villain. Use in D&D, use me as your next... I'm not going to do that on stream, Tom, because that's gonna be such a complexly meme-based, a hyper-specific meme to just you and me. That probably won't make for some great content. Oh, it should just be my username. Let me do a thing here. It might be because I'm offline. Because I'm not logged into Discord at this exact moment. Here we go. There we go. You can post that. We have a channel for tabletop game stuff. Just pop into there and copy paste what you've got. And what I will do is I'll bring it up on the feed, and we'll work on it. We'll take a look at it. No, not a stupid human. Alright, so this is where we get into some custom item making. Non-magical items, necessarily, because I don't think an NPC needs to have custom magical gear, but some uncommon items I think are important when you're building something that's potentially in a whole new... Oh, excuse me. In a whole new... possibly even in a whole new setting. There we go, message you on Discord. Perfect. Do you mind if I put it up on the screen when we go over it? Or would you prefer to do that off stream? It is your content, so I don't want to just start putting it in the video, because it'll be in the VOD and anyone can just look at it whenever. Oh, perfect. Perfect. We'll go over it in a sec then. We want some uncommon items here, which will make some appealing treasure for any surface-dwelling air breather to find. And that's going to be the barnacle armor. What we'll call this is any plate armor. And it will not... this will not require attunement, because it's non-magical. So, functions. What we'll do is we'll removes disadvantage on stealth. Ooh, disadvantage, barnacle armor. If the armor normally has it, but only underwater. And since that's so specific, we'll have it a secondary option, which will be, already fixes cold. They don't need to breathe underwater with it. I got the audio alert there. My stream's on a little bit of a delay. Oh, thank you for the follow, Medieval Tailor. I'm going to look at OBS just for a second. Yeah, I don't think my alerts bar is here. That's a little annoying. That's fair. My question really, if anything, for lore... yeah, I think because I just made this scene in OBS about an hour before we started, so I think it's just missing some of those core components. We might have to go without it. I'm surprised the bot isn't announcing it. It's supposed to be for a specific character. Do you have a specific setting that your item is for, Mew Mew, or is it a homebrew? Because you can toss a bunch of lore. Alright, see you later, llama. You can toss a bunch of... Lore is easy, surprisingly. It's surprisingly easy. It's much easier if I know the setting. So we'll go with barnacle armor and a coral spear. Or coral... How do I want to do this? Ancient coral, uncommon, and piercing weapon. Also kill attunement. It's not a specific setting, but I plan on doing sort of normal non-homebrew setting, like the Realms or somewhere else. I don't know what we're gonna do with it. It's more of a character I want to drop into a campaign somewhere. Okay, that makes sense. So this is to replace armor, so it's something similar to like Bracers of Armor or Amulet of Natural Armor, but it's a specific armor piece meant for a character, and it's not actually armor. It's like an amulet or bracers or something like that, is my guess. I haven't looked at it yet in the Discord. I probably could. All right. Okay, it's like a cursed magic item that grows. All right. I have a better idea of what that is. I have a better idea of what that is. We'll take a look at that in a second. I would recommend that you peek if you have a copy or if there is an online place you can access this material. There is the Taldore campaign guide to Matt Mercer's setting. Like an Ironstone. If you want, so Ben, if you want to request a separate magic item made of coral key item, we can go over that. I'm looking at some non-magical gear I can outfit the NPC with at the moment. Okay, so I would recommend acquiring access to that book because it has armor, items, weapons, and magical things that grow with the character through progression that are quest items. And it's probably the most balanced take on that I've seen so far because it's really story involved. That doesn't solve everything tonight. We'll still take a look at your content, but so uncommon items aren't necessarily magical, as per the DMG's example of being mithril, dwarven pate. Oh, of course. I'm just kind of working on a bigger extended pitch of yours already. But it's not a bad idea. An underwater themed magic item is probably a long time coming. Most of them are for people who are already above ground dipping underwater. Okay, so we'll go with the two things that he's going to be equipped with, though, which are the barnacle armor and the ancient coral weapon. The ancient coral weapon. So typically, underwater combat. Let me refresh myself with that real quick. What are the rules I'm working with? D&D 5e underwater combat. What rule sets are there already? Let's go to Roll20. Creature that doesn't have a swimming speed has disadvantage on the attack roll unless it's a very specific list of weapons. So what we'll do with Ancient Coral, any piercing or slashing. And we'll say what this is characters without a swim speed make attacks normally with these weapons, which is just a benefit. A ranged weapon automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal base range. Even if it's a target with a normal range, the attack roll is disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow, net, or weapon that is thrown like a javelin, including a spear, trident, or dart. Creatures and objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire. Okay. Alright. There's actually they've simplified underwater rules quite a bit. I'm actually quite pleased with that. That makes me happy. That's good. Okay, so characters with a swim speed make attacks normally with these weapons. And that's it. I think that's it. That's all an ancient coral weapon really needs to be. Or we could just make it any weapon. That seems... No, yeah, any piercing, slashing. Yeah, we'll give him a great sword that works underwater. That's what we'll do. Flavor text and description. Hey, Ben, since this NPC is your baby, do you want... Man, he could do a when immersed in water for the duration of a short rest, ancient coral weapons do an additional 1 or 2 damage thing. I'm thinking about that for the armor, actually. The barnacle armor will allow you to short rest underwater. That's not a terrible idea, but extra bonus damage from how the game typically treats it is of a type. And so if I just do that, the obvious damage type is cold damage, which most things underwater are resistant to, or at least most of the things I would think that Tritons deal with, or at least other Tritons. So that's not entirely off the table. Characters without a swimsuit can make attacks with these weapons normally. The ancient reefs beneath. Do we want a setting for this? That's the thing. Mr. RB Cochran, do you have a preference? Do you want some Realms material here? Do you want some Eberron? Not probably a whole lot of Tritons rocking out on Dark Sun. But I'm sure we can find somewhere for them. I'll let you mull on that before I put any of the quick lore bits in on either of these. So we'll go with an ancient. Oh, you know what we can do, actually, since it's an uncommon item, an uncommon weapon. And this kind of plays with your thing. When underwater for at least an hour. Oh, I got an alert again. And Llama just made that command so I can see what it's for. Okay, maybe it doesn't want to work for me. Talcho Hero, thank you for the, I think I'm pronouncing that right. Thanks for the follow. Dark Sun Triton. I think Eberron or the Realms is good. What about Kryn? Kryn has a really narrow list of races, but I don't see why the Triton couldn't pop up as a hidden, or maybe something related to like the old High Ogres or something like that. We could work with that. We could do some flavor for Kryn if we want to do some Kryn Tritons. Barnacle Armor, I'm thinking, or sorry, not Barnacle Armor. So when underwater for at least an hour every day, the weapon is considered magical for purposes of overcoming resistances. Damage resistance. So, you know, if you can submerge... If you submerge it in water for at least an hour, it will be treated as a magical weapon. Which I think works. That works real well. And we'll give this man dude bro an ancient coral greatsword. Or, whoa, caps lock. Actually, maybe one-handed, because they've got to be able to cast some spells. So an ancient coral... What's something that no one expects an underwater character to use as a one-handed weapon? Are we thinking more of a warhammer or a battle axe? Like, if you see a fishman rushing at you with a bludgeoning weapon underwater. Or, I guess I did put the onus on it being slashing. So maybe, we'll go with an axe. Yeah, battle axe. I'm willing to be, corrected on that later. Ancient coral battle axe. Based on the math we've got going on here, we've got +8 to hit. (1d8) +4 slashing damage. For the purpose of the NPC having it, I think it'll definitely have recently been immersed in water. Makes no sense for you to make the villain have less of an advantage, but you could always say they've been out of water and take it away to adjust. It's a little thing you can adjust for your party as you go. Features, we'll get to that. That's going to be a little complicated because they're going to base those off of Eldritch Knight class features. Barnacle Armor, remove disadvantage on stealth, but only underwater. And we'll say cold damage effects. Oh, thank you, Mr. Waru. Cold damage effects. I was gonna say scimitar since like water level is opposite of desert level. Battle axe are definitely something less in the aesthetic style. I'm also thinking just from a sheer terror standpoint that if I'm a humanoid surface dweller and I'm underwater for like the first time, I expect to see, based on rumors and legends, like sea elves and tritons and Sahagwin with like spears and tritons and things. I don't expect them to have like an orc style battle axe. I get what you're saying with the scimitar, but I feel that scimitar is definitely more around maybe for a character who's a dex-based fighter, which we might do if someone decides to pick Triton again as an NPC that we do a build for. We might go with something like that, maybe an underwater dervish, which would be pretty cool. I think we're looking for an underwater brute is sort of the feel we're going for here. So 15, 16, armor class, features, gear. And I just want to get the basics out of the way before we tackle the more complex stuff, which are going to be the features that go along with this sort of thing. Because you can't just give them all the class features, and he's going to have a bunch of spells that are going to be highly specific. So I think what we're going to do now is just have me peek over here. So features, amphibious. We'll go with the racial features now. Nope. This is kind of paint by numbers for a moment. They already have dark vision. Control air and water. Emissary of the sea. Guardians of the depths. And that's it for the racial stuff. And then as we look at the template for how this stuff is figured out, under languages we have challenge rating. I think you should have a net. Yeah, that's something that we can look at adding on there. Challenge rating. Challenge being, of course, misspelled. Challenge rating 12 is what we're aiming for. Having a net absolutely does make sense, though. So let's pop an extra attack down here. Net. I believe nets by default are all ranged weapons now? You know, there's a lot of stuff I haven't done in 5e because I just didn't do it in 3rd edition or Pathfinder. I just didn't do it. They just weren't interesting to me or didn't come up for the decade plus time I spent playing the other versions of this game. And so now I find myself looking at this simplified version of the game. A net special attack would be fun. I just want to see how they work. Yeah, they're special thrown. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. That's absolutely something I want to toss in. What's funny, though, is without sleight of hand, he's very not good at freeing people from said net. So he puts you in there. He doesn't get you out. That's somebody else's job. Now picture a Triton gladiator-looking knight guy. That's exactly the vibe we're going for. It could use a party trick. Maybe we give it a special net, too. We'll look at some sort of maybe electrocuting net. Hey, Mew, welcome back. So it's a thrown weapon, which means it can be strength. So we're going to have +8 to hit. Special. Yep, perfect. Oh, no problem. Special, we'll go with, actually, I just looked at net, and now I forget what the range is. Because I did not look at that very closely. You can tell I don't use it at all. 515. Okay, so it's a thrown. Yeah. Special. comma, range 5/15. All right, and let's look at the special of how the net is used. Because we'll have to make a DC versus, I believe, entanglement is how that works. Which can especially suck for someone who doesn't have a swim speed. That's especially mean. I do like it. I like the little mundane mean things that a spellcaster can still pull off. Alright, so special weapons. Net. A large or smaller creature hit by a net is restrained until freed. The net has no effect. DC 10 strength check to free themselves. Okay. Yeah. Alright, we'll type all that up. Be right back, pizza's here. You're reminding me I need to order food in, yes, very soon. Next 10-20 minutes. Alright, so, the net special, what we'll do is we'll say see page, because I don't want to retype out all of net. It's like 4 paragraphs. See page 148 of the player's handbook. For now, man eating baby sharks. Baby sharks. Oh no. What have I let happen in this chat? All right, so let's flip back to fighter for Eldritch Knight, because that's what we're basing this off of. Eldritch Knight is going to have 3 cantrips. So first of all, we're not going to deal with memorization. That's not a thing that NPCs really have to deal with. So what we'll do is we'll go with spells known. Actually, how is it outlined here? Is spellcasting. Just to keep the form as close to what we're looking at as possible. The Barnacle Knight. I go back to the Archdruid. What do they actually call it? An 18th level spellcaster. Yep. The Barnacle Knight is an... Actually, I don't need to capitalize these things here. Form and formatting is something I don't have yet into the muscle memory for NPCs, because I don't make as many of them, surprisingly. Not to the standard format that the Monster Manual keeps to anyway. Barnacle Knight is an 18th level spellcaster. Should be a hyphen there. Level spellcaster. Its spellcasting modifier is intelligence. I appreciate the initiative slot in your stat block versus most of the coast ones not having it there. It's one of those things I'm always like feeling it's missing. Yeah, so when you look at the NPCs, typically NPC monsters just don't use initiative in the same way, because the game assumes you're maybe rolling for groups. It doesn't treat them like player characters. I base my NPC monster formula on the same sort of structure that I see when I'm building a player character. And I think it is something that a lot of DMs appreciate, especially new DMs. Veteran DMs just look at the Dex mod and go, because they assume rightly, that monsters don't have special things that give them extra armor, get them extra initiative, rather, not extra armor class. They assume it's all built into the block. So most people, unless there's something that gives it a bonus to initiative, assumes it has whatever the default initiative would be, which is plus 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever the Dex mod is, maybe negative. I include initiative because, at least on NPCs and players, for the same reasons players want it, for the same reason that new DMs want it. This guy's actually got initiative of +1. Actually, thank you for reminding me, because I hadn't filled that in yet. We also know what his con mod is. which is +2. So 2 times 24 is 48. Which means if we take common hit points for NPCs on 10s, which are 5s and 6s, that's... I'm going to need a calculator because I'm bad at math. So 12 times 5 is 60. So 60 plus 48 is 108. And 6 times 12 is 72 plus 108. Giving it a beefy 180 hit points. So that is a loaded question, and a lot of people don't like the CR system because of how convoluted that can be. But effectively, a creature's CR is an encounter that a party of that level should be able to accomplish 3 or 4 times a day if they start the day with all their stuff. So assuming you have all your hit dice, that you can take short rests between, that you have roughly the right equipment and disposable items that your level is supposed to have, it's a very broad system. So there might be parties that need to face off against... Well, it's a challenge rating, a party of that level. So should be challenged by it. And a challenging encounter should roughly take, according to the rules and the math and the Dungeon Master's Guide, somewhere between a third to a fourth of your replenishable resources. So it's going to eat your hit dice in your short rest between. It's going to eat your disposable items like your potions and things. It's going to eat that much of your spell slots. So a 4-person level 12 party should, in order to beat this guy, unless they get real lucky or cheese it, should have to use a fourth of their resources or a third of their resources to deal with him. He's got 180 hit points, an armor class of 16 so far, and all that stuff might change to bring it up on par, because lower CR creatures than it have higher AC, but they don't have spell casting. So he's gonna have shield, right? Like I'm gonna have this guy have shield and things like that. So it's not that bad, I think, for people that read the section on it. So if you actually like sit down and read the thing that the people that made the game have to say about what CR is and how it works, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm probably not doing it a lot of justice in my really straightforward layman's way of describing it. But CR is calculated roughly through a series of relatively uncomplicated charts. That's a great question. It's in I believe it's in the section about making monsters. And I will answer that because I probably will need to open up that section at least at some point here. Monster creation is actually a pretty decently sized chunk of rules. Where is it? Checking for random encounters, modifying encounter difficulties, adventuring day, experience. We're right around here. Modifying encounter difficulty, like how to apply situational drawbacks, thresholds by level. I would say it's spread out in the encounter section. So page 181. I also might be hogging it a bit on the split of resources, because that does change from edition to edition, and that might be more about what it should be back in 4th edition. Because realistically... Oh, welcome back. Because realistically, earlier editions were more codified in the number of encounters in terms of how they built the math, but then they ignored it entirely in how they produced one-shots and adventure paths and things. So, like, really CR is meant to be a challenging encounter for a party of that level, and different parties are going to be challenged by different things. So CR is meant to be a guideline more than anything. This is definitely the edition where CR is its most loosey-goosey. So a bunch of CR 10 creatures with a lot of surprise should be much higher than CR 10. Oh, they did a blog post about it. Perfect. Feel free. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, the blog post gets blocked. Posting stuff gets blocked by the Nightbot. If you join the Discord, feel free to post it there. Yeah, it's a guideline in what to throw at your party. Of course. Absolutely. That's exactly it. 13. Actually, should be higher than 13. Should be 14. Okay, good. Good. Spell save 14. In case anyone else wants to look at it, feel free to drop the link. Spell save DC 14. Plus 5 to hit with spell attacks. That should be higher. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. DC 16, plus 9 to hit with spell attacks. Perfect, thanks. I am probably going to copy-paste it real quick and toss it into the tabletop section. Just because it makes sense to put it there too. I love how new my Discord is that I'm leveling up along with everyone else in it as we make posts. Getting more pizza. I don't blame you. Didn't actually read any other channel names. Okay. That's valid. I can't blame you for that. I don't read channel names right away to a spell attacks. That's the end bracket. It has the following Eldritch Knight spells prepared. And this is where we get, again, kind of loosey-goosey. No, we should be fine. It was just a link that Nightbot caught. I didn't have the... I actually don't know all the commands for Nightbot yet, so I didn't know how to grant a temporary exception. The link got quickly tossed into the Discord, though, so I think we're good. This is where I need to pop open the PHP again. For Eldritch Knight crap, because I haven't played an Eldritch Knight in this edition yet. Even though it's actually pretty good, I'm yet to dig into it. It's probably the best version of Eldritch Knight or a Gish we've seen in a while. You learn 2 cantrips from your wizard school, and any other. So 3 wizard cantrips. Let's pop over to wizard. I'm not going to use any UA on this unless people distinctly ask me for it. Because I don't think it needs to be. I want to do something. You just need to permit username here. Okay. Alright, so let's grab some wizard cantrips for our boy here. So Dark Vision, again, doesn't let you read, and it only really grants you regular attacks in dim light. So I think Dancing Lights is probably actually quite useful for someone who does all their battles underwater. Shocking Grasp seems like a must for the hilariousness of delivering that. And we'll pop way back up to the beginning, because I think Blade Ward is also a classy cantrip for the Eldritch Knight. That was a quick grab of pizza, and I respect it. I respect the alacrity with which you acquire pizza. Okay. So we'll go first level. I want to say this friend can go into the deep deep. The deepest of the deep deeps. We're talking deep dish Triton pizza. So this character, hell slow pizza grab. That's valid. All right, so we're looking at, again, someone who primarily fights underwater. For their first level spells, they're going to get however many an Eldritch Knight gets at 18th level. So they would get 11 spells known. With 4 spell slots. First level spells, 4 slots available. And those 4 spells, you gotta have Magic Missile, I think, for an enemy. Because that's gonna deeply aggravate AC bot people. And they exist, and I hate them. They're the one thing I hate the most, is someone who cranks AC just for the heck of it. As a DM, it's one of those things that it's one of the more basic things that can accidentally happen that's disruptive. There's just some people who are going to do it on purpose, though. Not a fan of those folks. So, Eldritch Spot must be Abjuration or Evocation. Okay. So, Herder AC go brr. It's true. It's true. You can't tell me it's not true. So we'll say shield. It's definitely going on there. This shield is great. And not even necessarily into just damage, but magic items that grant you skill proficiencies. Magic items that give you anything. Just items that aren't AC built based are, I don't know. The game eventually breaks down because there are high level monsters not designed around hitting high AC. And high AC becomes such a big blocker in taking down a thing. Because again, we're playing a more simplified version of the game. There's less options to get around things. So yeah, it's just one of those things. 3 slots available. This is where we get into the bread and butter, I think. Burning Hand's no good. But we will go with Witch Bolt. So 3, 4, and 4. So 4 second level spells. We'll go with Magic Weapon. No, I don't think I can go Magic Weapon. The magic item I'm making in Aether places the normal armor system instead of slashing into it. Yeah, yeah, I wasn't making that comment directed at you. A replacement to an AC system isn't the same as taking advantage of the words and taking advantage of the wording and min-maxing. It's not the same. Okay, so there are exceptions to that Eldritch Knight restriction, and I'm just wondering how often I get to break it. Or do I not get to break it at all? At least I thought there was an exception to it. I've only played like 12 characters so far. I played a couple of them for a very long time, so didn't really get into every single archetype on every single class as a player yet. So what players have available to them in their super hyper specificities is one of the things I'm a little weaker on in terms of that. Alright, so You know 3 first level wizard spells, 2 of which must be Abjuration or Invocation. Spells known column. When you learn more wizard spells at first level higher, each of these spells must be Abjuration or Invocation and be of a level for which you have spell slots. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can place one wizard spell with another choice from the wizard spell list. The new spell must be a level from which you have, and be Evocation or Abjuration unless you're replacing a spell gained at 8th, 14th, or 20th. So I can have 2 spells that aren't. I think only Arcane Trickster gets exceptions. No, so Eldritch Knight does on 8th and 14th and 20th level, you can pick any wizard spell. But those are real specific. So that means 2 of my 11 spells, 3 of my 11 spells, can be those non-specifics. Which means I'm getting Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning. I'm definitely doing that if it's on the list, which it should be. Or I guess I'm restricted to what wizards have at 3rd level. So maybe not Chain Lightning. As much as my little heart desires Chain Lightning. Might not be the case. No, but dang, if Blink's not there. And Lightning Bolt. We'll just grab a 2nd level spell to hold place here for now. And that'll be, we'll say, I don't think water. I was thinking Blink Misty Step. Because I don't think... yeah, that's fair. Blur is better. Blink is, I think, has the option of a more of an escape, right? My brain farting how Blink works. The end of each of your turn duration is roll d20 at each of your turn at the end of each of your turns for the duration of the spell. On a roll of an 11 or higher, you vanish from your current plane of existence to the ethereal. You return to an unoccupied space of your choice. Blur is consistently better. I was thinking about a legendary action kit to add on as a separate thing. Like, once we're done building the base NPC, to, if you want this thing to fight... Yeah, probably 2 legendary actions. I was thinking a Cold Burst, originally, not so much a Chain Lightning Burst. Chain Lightning just came to thought because of the actual spell rules. And as I think I was looking at underwater combat before, I don't think it does anything to fire damage. Yeah, it doesn't do anything to fire damage, but creatures and objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire. So, yeah, fighting underwater with Scorching Ray, probably not great. So we'll go with Light... What 2nd level spell do we have here? I mean, yeah, Misty Step is the better of the transportation spells I have available to me to zip around. So that's fair. How did I do this before? Oh, there we go. I thought I had built something just the other day with legendary actions, actually, come to think of it, but... What would Misty Step be like if you change one letter? You get that. I assume Listy Step would be like a weird read or die reference. If you're an old Taku, I assume it would be like a weird read or die thing. Blur is definitely where I'm going. I think Matt, he is right. Blur is the superior... It is the superior prog alt rock decision. It is the superior of it and Blink. I'd make stairs if you're to make stairs at your to-do list. Or like Doctor Strange, where he's got the little platforms that they can run on in the Avengers, except it's like grocery lists. Okay. So now I need some evocation spells, which are going to be probably easier to do here at 3rd level with Lightning Bolt. Can't quite tell what that emote is. Oh, Trident. Oh yeah, it's true. That is true. And fish. So we got Lightning Bolt. Yeah, the one thing I miss from earlier editions is that these are no longer sorted by types. So Fireball's kind of out. Counterspell. Good call. Props to the best debuff in the game, slow. That is true, and I believe it's on the list. Yeah, slow. And what was I just saying? I was just saying that Counterspell. Yeah. There's a reason why of the 3 base books of the Player's Handbook, the Monster Manual, and the Dungeon Master's Guide, the only book that is well organized and worth just reading as a book is the Dungeon Master's Guide. Everything else is just not well done. They took oversimplification a little too seriously in some parts of the organization. I really like this game, and I really want to like this game. And there are some flaws. Most of them are print-related, though. At least in my experience. So slow is a transmutation. Which I don't think I get to break the rules for. So I'm not going to take... So that's custom spells. And that's outside the purview here of what I'm trying to make. Well, it's one of those things that it shouldn't be so... 5e tools is a lot better than someone pirating. You're supposed to only use the books and the tool if you own them. There's a cross-link between them. Yeah, that's very fair. I really think it's fine. I mean, if he's 18th, you should be able to grab slow as you're outside for 3rd. So you get... maybe I misunderstand... maybe what schools some of these other spells are. So just give me a sec here. Because what is... Because Blur is an illusion, and Misty Step is, I think... Conjuration or transmutate. Spell schools don't matter as much in this game, so I pay a little less attention to them. Because I think you only get 3 spells. One of them you get earlier on, which is where I think I got... Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So, schools matter to wizards. And that's about it. Otherwise, they're flavor. You're right. Otherwise, they're flavor. But they do matter to at least one class kind of heavily. You are right. Matt, I was doing the math all off. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 more spells. I'd like 1 more 3rd level spell, and the rest to be 4th, or not 4th, 3rd if possible, but I don't know if that's possible. Vampire Touch is Necromancy. Yeah, Misty Step is Conjuration. Yeah. I mean, essentially, it depends on the setting. So they keep magic schools around because magic schools matter a lot in a bunch of the different settings, both in their lore and in how things are organized. It's just they didn't do the organization. Protection from energy. Smites are not on the wizard spell list, I don't believe, Ben. Protection from energy is a good call, actually. Especially from a varied underwater fighter. That is a good call. So, the question is, in the fighter UA, because I'm not against using UA if it produces spells that are in the player's handbook. I wonder if they added Eldritch Knight smite spells. Protection from energy is a good call, Matt. I glossed over that entirely. Let's head over to UA 5e class feature variants. Let's pop that open. Let's scroll down to fighter. Did they do anything to Eldritch Knight? They did not. Never mind. Never mind. Though, there were some new spells added to the wizard spell list. I believe? Yeah, Speak with Dead, Necromancy, Augury, Enhance Ability. Okay, so none of them are in the schools that I'm looking for, though. So that makes me sad. Sad. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Two more spells. Eldritch Knight made sense because the other Triton listed NPCs in Theros were divine and charisma based, so they didn't have an int based character. So they already had wisdom and charisma. So an int based tanky leader made sense. You know what? Let's toss in Thunderwave at first level, just to give him a little bit of like tossing people around. It's got the word wave right in it. I doubt Eldritch Knight gets a smite. Hexblade already gets smite, and Hexblade and Eldritch Knight already feel like close cousins. You're not wrong. What is... Could snag Shatter. Well, I actually don't think I'm out of spells. Yeah, I can snag Shatter anyway. Alright, so our spells are picked. So Shatter has a couple options when you consider an underwater character. So Shatter is on the wizard spell list, and it is an evocation spell. So it meets our criteria. And Shatter is twofold an option for if characters are underwater in something like a device, like a literal sub, some medieval. If you want to rupture some surface dwellers up and you want to ruin their day, you shatter their underwater hot air balloon bullshit. 2, say you're attacking, so you get 11 spells total that you can possibly have, and they're all selected. Unless some people have some better options, but Shatter is actually quite, I think, brilliant for the build. And Shatter also breaks down levees. Shatter damages dikes and fords. Shatter damages dams. Shatter messes with surface dweller garbage. It messes with struts and supports for bridges. Shatter is definitely a thing that you could pump out. If 2 of these guys showed up and pumped 6 shatters into the support of a bridge, that's gonna mess up a country's day. And I like that. I like that a lot. And with that, we just have to pick and choose. Yeah, Shatter does a ton of damage to players as well. It just drops casters. It's like a weed whacker almost. It got so much better in this edition. Versus its previous incarnations for certain. So let's flip back to Eldritch Knight and think about some cool things that this guy can do based on Eldritch Knight. So first of all, oh, yeah, that reminds me I should order food online real soon, because I'm hungry, and I can't, it is unfair to ask my partner to just cook whenever I want food. Alright, so Eldritch Knight. I don't think they care about weapon bonds if it's an NPC. I appreciate this. I actually do. It's not until you do the stretches that you realize how stiff you were feeling. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, so weapon bonds, war magic. We're just gonna straight up give them war magic. Because that's just useful and not that broken. So war magic, when you use your action to cast a cantrip, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. We're gonna make these actions here. War magic. I do call center work, so I 100% understand. I used to do that. It is not fun. Not fun at all. Thank you for the reminder to hydrate. Welcome back. War magic. As in, we'll do war magic as an action under the attacks. The Barnacle Knight gets a free attack with their battle axe. Oh, sorry, not a free attack. The Barnacle Knight gets the Barnacle attack may as a bonus action. So used to older versions of wording. Take an attack with their battle axe after casting a spell of any level or cantrip. There we go. Is this knight going to get in the Eldritch Knight's Eldritch Strike? Because that thing is fantastic. So I'm actually going to not... I'm doing a variation of that, because Eldritch Strike is very good. So for people that don't know, Eldritch Strike, you learn how to make your opponent strikes undercut a creature's resistance, or sorry, I'm misreading it. You learn how to make your weapon strikes undercut a creature's resistance to your spells. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, that creature has disadvantage on your next saving throw it makes against the spell you cast before the end of your next turn. So what I'm thinking is to simplify that, because most NPCs get really good abilities that are better than some class features, but work only a certain number of times per combat. So what I'm thinking is what can we do here to I'll figure out a placeholder name for it. We'll call it Eldritch Strike, or Barnacle Strike. For shorthand, it will be the Barnacle Strike. What you want to do is you want that to exist, but you don't want it to exist the exact same way. Arcane Disruption. So here's the thing. that sounds really good. Enough that I'm going to steal it. Arcane Disruption. So what you want to do is make it either limited or more static. So... Or give them more abilities than what the base class has. So Arcane Disruption is going to be one feature, but it's not actually going to be what I'm thinking of. So what we'll call this is... Aquatic Arcane Mastery. And we're not going to actually include it under attacks. So I'm going to bold it, and I'm going to copy-paste it out of here. And we're just going to call it it's going to be a feature. We're going to unbold it. And then we're going to bring it down here. Bolded. Good. Aquatic Arcane Mastery. And what we're going to do down here is when the target of a spell cast by the Barnacle Knight is submerged in water. Could I have some of the balance on because I might have to go in a while? Yeah, you know what? Actually, let me finish just this one ability, and then we'll pop over to that item. Just finish whatever you're doing first. Yeah, no, that's fair. If you're taking off, you were here for a while, and this just absorbed a bunch of time. Because balancing an NPC or a monster takes a little longer than just a regular item. When the target of the spell cast by the Barnacle Knight is submerged in water, and the Barnacle Knight themselves are also submerged in water, they may take a bonus action to force disadvantage. So it eats their bonus action, but it forces disadvantage if you're both underwater on the next saving throw of a spell they cast. And so what this does is you can use it on your own turn before you make your spell attack to enforce oh, actually I should probably put here that they get multiple attacks with their weapon, to force disadvantage on the next saving throw of a spell they cast. So you could take your full attack action, not cast a spell, and use your bonus action to do this to someone so it goes off on your next turn. And not force you to do it just in the same turn. This can be used 3 times per long rest. So it's very strong, but not like every turn strong. Which a player should have, and I think an NPC shouldn't. It's a little bit more specific, but again, they'll get other abilities. So we're going to quickly flip over to Mew Mew's item, which they have private messaged me. And I'm just going to... You don't care, you said, so I'm just going to copy-paste it. I have not read it in any great detail, so we're just going to copy-paste it here. Oh, goodness, copy-pasting from Discord is a hellscape. I had forgotten what a hellscape it was. Considering his spell list is not too horrifying, just kind of scary. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so I'm going to just do a quick thing here where I think that solves the problem. No, it just made the text white because I'm bad at everything. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know how to remove this. You know what? That's fine. Alright. Shields of Light and Darkness. It's an artifact. Cursed item requires attunement. Must have proficiency with medium armor and shields to attune. Armor class 0. This shield has special rules of AC, giving it AC bonus like a normal shield would make it 2 OP. Warding aura. Remove highlight, then make text black. See, I don't even know where the highlight is on this version, because I don't highlight anything. Nope, that's not Google Docs. It's next to text color. Oh, here we go. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So to start, I can say that you've kind of over-explained it. Control Shift V. Thank you. So I have a couple questions, which starts with, is it a physical shield? Or is it an energy shield? Is my first question. 2, giving it requirements to attunement, it is like a physical shield. Because you have it plural. So that threw me off. Second, it's like a split shield. Okay, so you have some aesthetic in mind that I don't know. So I'll just kind of push some of those thoughts aside. So must have specific efficiencies to attune. Armor class is +0. This shield. So just gonna look up something real quick because I think there's. Okay. So what I would do right away, both to uncomplicate it, and to make it feel less broken, is actually remove this entire section. Yeah, is this like a shield on each arm kind of thing? Is one of the thoughts I had. So first of all, get rid of the restrictions to equipment, because if someone doesn't have the proficiency, they can't cast spells. If you wear armor, you lack the proficiency and you have disadvantage on any ability check, saving throw, or attack roll that involves strength or dexterity, and you can't cast spells. Get rid of that requirement because that makes the curse even worse. I can put it back. Warding aura curse. When the shield is attuned to, depending on the level user, it provides an equivalent AC to the user bonus as a type of medium armor. This starts out equivalent to hide, and then chain, and then breastplate, and lastly plate. So that one doesn't impact what I deleted at all. And curse. When the shield is attuned to, donning any armor causes a character to be unable to move as if they are there. Unbelievably heavy. To doff armor again when level exhaustion is required. Alongside, yeah, that still doesn't. Oh, you don't want, like, armor has no AC bonus. So I don't think you need to do that because that's how armor works already. So what I would do in terms of this is when the shields are attuned to, wearing other armor. What I would do is curse while attuned to this shield. The character gains proficiency in shields, but loses proficiency to all other forms of armor. And always is considered to be, actually no, that's good. Loses proficiency to all other forms of armor. That clears up a ton of the rules. It gives you a lot, because then it's just negative impact. And that's great. It also means that it affects someone like a sorcerer. So, artifact cursed item requires attunement. Warding aura. When this shield is attuned to, depending on the level user, it requires AC. This starts equivalent to hide, then chain shirt, breastplate, and half plate. So you've picked a lot of the good ones for a cursed item. I'll give you that. This is not how I would do it. So what I would say is that you should leave it as a regular shield at first, which I think is not super great. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I would say give it a flat AC of a regular shield at first. So hide armor gives regular shield AC anyway. So while the shield is attuned to, and what I would do, is slowly add the proficiency bonus. So eventually at really high level, you have 18 AC. Because it's an artifact. And it's a shield that you can't get rid of, which means you always have that hand used up. And you can't just get rid of the shield. So the shield hand can't be used for, like, spellcasting and stuff like that. So for Warding Aura, what I would say is this item... this item always begins as a regular shield. As a cursed item, yeah, essentially in a way, yeah. This item begins as a regular shield because you put it at 5th level. So what armor class does it? What proficiency bonus is at 5th level? 3 plus 3. So that jumps to 15 AC. Sure, but what we'll say is the curse means you can't use the arm. So if you're equipping the shield physically, even if the shield floats next to you, for a balance purpose, what you would do is you would still, like, for rules purposes, cripple the arm in some way. Not literally cripple it, but make it so the arm can't be used for other things. Because otherwise it's not really a curse. Yeah. So what I would say is you would write up a description of this shield that you put it on, and maybe some energy shield floats in front of it. Hey Nick, how's it going? How was your stream? I know you were streaming earlier, I believe. We're making some D&D content. So what I'd say is, yeah, I want it to be like you can only use one hand with the shield. So then what I would say is from an aesthetic purpose, you're always wearing the shield, but they work like both hands. Maybe the arm goes numb and limp. Yeah. I think you've got to elaborate on the curse here. The one and only Noir, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. How's it going? Welcome to the chat. We are building custom D&D content tonight. At the moment, we are doing some editing for Mew Mew, who's got a pretty neat idea, I think. At 5th level, the character can begin adding their proficiency bonus to their AC. Floating shields is actually you can shift in and out of defensive stance where the two shields combine into one in front of you. When you do this, you cannot take any actions other than to exit the stance, but gain the AC bonus of +3. This turns into +4 and +5. Okay, so this is where the two shields thing loses me, because even with your old system of armor class, that's shooting well above the armor class that the game accounts for. So, like, the average adventurer for most of the game has 16 armor class. Right? Like, even 20th level characters rarely break 18 to 20 all that often. Because typically gear cache is implied to be spread, and the game doesn't assume that. So what I would do is, instead of giving a raw armor class, we would change floating shields to be a more interesting use of how energy or floating shields would work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this. I'm going to paste it down here so we don't lose it. Cuz already that's pretty high. Cuz if we had stuck with your original numbers, we'll see. I'm just going to flip over to armor for a second because I want to know what I'm talking about. I don't want to just talk out my ass. No matter how good I am at it, it's not ideal. not when you can use cold hard facts. So let's say it gave you, because before you were giving it no armor class bonus, but it counted as an armor. So that means at a higher level, it would have ended up being half plate, which is 15 AC. Plus, they would have gotten up to 2 additional dex. Plus, up to 5 additional AC from this stance. Even though they can't move, that's a lot. That's a lot. And typically when you do things like you put yourself into a stance where you have this really high AC, that becomes super situational because enemies will just attack around you. Thank you for the lurk, Nick. You know I appreciate it. The shield's supposed to be used like a character that's technically 2 characters, but they're physically linked together due to a curse, each of them having half a soul. Okay. You're talking flavor, and I get that you want to symbolize that, but I think we can actually take that approach. I think we can make that into a neater concept. So, shields, I get from the light and darkness thing a very yin-yang feel. So just hear me out. So what we'll do is with floating shields, we'll say as a bonus action, on their turn, the character attuned to the shields, we'll just call them shields for now, can cause... Okay, so is this a pair of shields, one on each arm? Oh, sun and moon. That still works. That still works really well. But I do need a question, because maybe this is something I'm still not clear on. Is the character physically wearing a shield on each arm? And no weapons? Or am I misunderstanding it with the 2 shields? Because I'm imagining something very anime in my head right now where they're wielding 2 floating shields. The other 2 arms aren't usable. Other 2 arms. Other 2 arms. Are we talking about a character with 4 arms? Okay, I think I know what you mean. It's a pair of shields. Warding Aura. This item begins as a regular shield. A 5th level character can begin any of their precision bonus to the AC. 2 arms. It's 2 characters. Okay. So one person is wearing one and another person is wearing the other. On one of their arms when they have only 2 free to do stuff with. Okay, so it's 2 people that are conjoined? Like conjoined twins? Ben. I have an interesting idea for a cursed great axe that needs some refining if you want to look at it. Absolutely. We can throw that up on the dock. Somewhat through chains. Okay. Not conjoined. Okay. So they can move apart, but not a ton. Alright, so we're going to elaborate on the curse. They're 2 separate bodies still. So we're going to elaborate on the curse. While attuned to this shield, the character gains proficiency deals, but loses proficiency all armor. They cannot... First of all, we're going to call this Shield of Light. And we're going to make a separate item that functions almost identically for Shield of Darkness. So, first of all, boom. Shield of Darkness. This side story of Chained Companion is getting more and more interesting. I know, I'm super into it now. I wasn't super into it, but now that I've gotten some facts cleared up, I'm real into it. This I like. This is very CRPG. If I do type it up, I will take some time. I may need to be in 2 separate messages. The one and only Noir, if you pop into our Discord, which I don't have open right now, so I haven't noticed. If you pop into the Discord, you can type it into the tabletop chat, or you can pop it into the... thank you, Maddie. Or you can send it to me as a private message. And either way, I will put it, if you're comfortable with it, I'll put it up on screen. If you're not comfortable, we can always talk about it off stream and I can send you a direct message. But if you don't mind popping your work up on screen, we can shop it right here in front of everybody, and that will not be a problem. So what I'm thinking, actually here, let me do us both a favor, and let's start formatting this the way I would normally format these items. So Shield of Light, and let's pop another one, Shield of Darkness. We're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. So we're talking artifact. The reason they're chained together is someone otherworldly being cleaved half of the souls off. Leaving... Yeah, that's dope. Lord DM on Discord, perfect. Requires attunement. It's a shield. It's a shield. I typed attunement a second time, and I literally created a shortcut so I wouldn't have to do that. Requires attunement. Okay, so we're going to copy-paste warding aura right into here. None. Should have been doing that in the first place. There we go. And then we'll just make that into the desired Merryweather. And we'll make that into the desired Merryweather because this is just what I like to look at. Also, I just need to take a quick moment because I'm about 30 minutes late ordering the supper that I told myself that I would order. I just want some fried chicken, y'all. And stuff is closing soon, and I just need to order some fried chicken. And unfortunately, the only thing open late this evening is probably KFC. And I'm fine with that. I don't hate on it. Wow. That's a lot of stuff sold out. That's a lot of stuff sold out. Wow. Wow. Take 5 for fried chicken. Not quite a full 5, but we're getting there. Tender sandwiches. Why do they even make... There is a big crunch stacker? Why? Why are they... But why? We're getting more and more American with our fried chicken here every day. I just want some wings. I just want some hot wings, y'all. I just want some hot wings. Hey, don't apologize if you think it's for anything like a first creation. Noir. You don't have to do that. This is a place for anybody to come and talk shop about the stuff they like to make. And this is a great hobby. Don't worry about it. Alright, so we got some hot wings. And I want a chicken. I want some chicken. I think we want the zinger combo. That's what we're looking for. Or a spicy big... Yeah, big crunch combo. We'll make it spicy. Poutine, because Julia's going to want some of that poutine no matter what she says. To the contrary, she will want some of it. I haven't had apple juice in what feels like forever. And we'll, we don't need any add-ons. We're good. That's good. People can submit to me whatever they want, whatever level. Basically, as long as you're open to criticism, don't expect any kind of shaming. Interest, the sun character is holding the shield of darkness while the moon is shielding. So very yin-yangy. Yeah, I definitely get that vibe. This actually also reminds me of a JRPG, Suikoden 2, where one of the game's primary antagonists is the childhood best friend of the main character, and they get 2 halves of a powerful MacGuffin, a shield rune and a sword rune. Yeah, that's fine. It's an old JRPG from like the original PlayStation. It's just it has that sort of duality between 2 characters. I like characters who have linked duality that's magic, that might be something that isn't they're born with. I'm a sucker for that. So we have 2, they both have warding aura. 25 DC. What level? What level was that meant for? Okay, so curse. We're gonna copy paste, cut that, pop that in there. I'm gonna be elaborating a bit on the curse to include those chains. But for here, we have floating shield. So what I would like to do, Mew, is floating shield of the sun. We're just going to call them slightly different abilities. Even if they function the same. Which they probably won't, with the way I've got it in my head. But we're looking to add a defensive ability. That's from the look of it here. And I respect that. Defensive abilities are useful, especially on something meant to replace armor. So what we're doing here is, I think, floating shield of the moon, is that we make them do slightly, I think it's now 19 with whatever mod applies to the character. That is pretty high. I guess the item that you're looking to do, Noir, is it what level of play is that meant for? This formatting is a little different from what I normally do, but I think we can work with it. Okay, so floating shield, sun floating shield, as a bonus action, the user of the shield of light may take a bonus action if I weren't making spelling mistakes, may take a bonus action to I had something here. I'm brain farting. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that moment to do the food. So we're ending up here with 18 AC. You take my bets. Sure thing. So we're ending up here with what looks like 18 AC. Eventually, whenever 6 proficiency kicks in, which I think scales a little better. Yeah, so at 17 AC, at 17th level, you get 18 AC. So it kind of starts at 2, and then at 5th level it jumps to 15, and then goes 16, 17, 18 over the rest of the level progression. So that gives you the AC of a fighter, like a full plate kind of fighter, spread out pretty consistently, and you can't wear other armor with the shield. Otherwise, you get screwed pretty heavily. It's meant to be given for level 5. The idea was that the axe was meant to have a symbiotic relationship, meant to be harder and harder to let go the more time the character has with it first. So it's DC. Oh, so it's a DC to like throw the weapon away, to like get rid of it. Okay, I can see why that DC would climb. Welcome back. The user of Shield of Light, user of the Shield of Darkness. So as a bonus action, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to do a magic defense ability. So what they can do is we want to elaborate on this light and darkness thing, I think as artifacts, just giving high AC, like we were talking about this earlier, just high AC isn't the greatest. Having cool things to do with your actions because of this cool artifact, 1 character sheet and HP bar. Oh, so it's 1 player playing the 2 of them. Is it 1 player playing the 2 of them? 1 HP bar. Okay, so this is a very elaborate curse. And this might be outside the scope of what I'm doing here. I plan on playing them. Oh, okay. Okay. So what I would say is then we they don't need to be 2 items anymore. And just giving them more features. is probably what we need to do. So we'll dump that. We don't need it. Floating shield of the sun, floating shield of the moon. The user may take a bonus action to flood the area around them in bright light as per the daylight spell. Yeah, that's fair. So here's the thing. Playing multiple characters by one guy, it's the action economy. So if you don't take multiple actions, that's where it's going to get... the user may take a bonus action to... we'll say... to give themselves Shroud of Darkness. Really? We could always limit it to, like, a couple rounds. As per the daylight spell for... I mean, he's letting you play 2 characters. I think that if this is tasteful, that it might be an easy sell. Especially if it's like... What level are you starting at? Is the other... I actually don't think I need this stuff anymore. Yeah, it's gonna be a per day shorter duration because daylight lasts an hour. Daylight spell for trying to start level 3. Okay, so rounds. We'll say for 1 round, ending. Oh no, as per the daylight spell, until the end of their next turn. So it's a good 6 seconds of daylight. I want to scale it up as I level up. Use of the Shroud of Darkness. Oh, well then, if that's the case, we need level contingent unlocks. 2 characters, that's dedication. The user of Shield of Light. Here, you know what we'll do? Because I'm going to cut that out just for a second. We're going to put it up here. And then we're going to hit the thing here. And we're going to give a secondary heading. We're going to bold it. We're going to bold it. Level dependent abilities. Or level dependent functions. And we're going to, again, drop down. Because we're going to do my favorite thing. We're going to insert a table. And we'll go 4 scales. Then we're going to get rid of... whoops, that's not how I wanted to do it. We're going to get rid of these bars. Because white is fine in this case. Well, you know what we need to do is insert a row. Because I should have done that. Insert a row. Level a built feature. So we'll go with level 3, which is what you start with. We'll go with level 7. We'll go with level 14. We'll go with how archetypes scale up. So we'll go level 1, 3. Actually, what's something that gives 4 things over an archetype spread? Because what you're asking for is kind of almost like begin winding down for the evening before some work on things. We're going to work on the Triton sub-boss. Yep, thanks a lot for stopping in, Ben. I appreciate it. It was good to see you hang out, and for you to give me that slightly frustratingly long thing that I'm actually super happy with. I won't be using it against you anytime soon unless I make it a vampire or a zombie or some other freaky deaky undead. What is an archetype that actually gets a thing that gets 4 things spread out over levels? It's going to be based on Druid Circle because you want it to be relatively reasonable. At 14th level being the highest. So we'll go 11th, 14th, 7, and 5. Yeah. Okay. So at 5th level, you'll get a cool sun feature. At 7th level, you'll get a cool moon feature. Give themselves a Shroud of Darkness. This works as per the shield spell. I'm going to steal something right out of Old Forgotten Realms here. This works as per the shield spell, and also grants the user immunity to radiant damage, but instead of force, while the spell is in effect. How does that sound? Level 5 is a burst effect light that's super low end, but daylight can hurt certain kinds of undead. It dispels mischance in the middle of the night. Seems a little strongish for 7. I don't think so if it's once per day. Or if it's once per day. Especially for something that's, 1, labeled an artifact, and 2, yeah, I'm thinking each of these features, once you get them, is once per day, once per long rest. I'll get it. Except the daylight thing is probably a little weaker. I'm going to give that maybe 3 times per long rest. 3 times per long rest. Welcome, Yaki. 2 hydrates. I'm just going to finish this then. You show up and you just drown me. Hello! We are doing custom DM content today. We have a follower submitted. Actually, I don't know if you follow, and I don't actually care, because this is such an interesting project. We have a viewer submitted item that we're cleaning up and maybe elaborating on to make it feel a little bit more in flavor. I'm gonna ditch these because I don't think they actually contribute anything to the format. And then what we'll do here... You're at the limit of people you can follow. What? Incredible. That's impressive. I've never heard of that before. I'm saddened that has been achieved. So we're gonna hit up. So from Floating Shield of the Moon, we will go to, and Floating Shield of the Sun, we'll go to yeah, me either. We'll go with Vibrant Guard. Sounds like a cool thing. And this is where I'm going to bring back your stance idea. Vibrant Guard. As an action, the wearer can enter a defensive stance. While in this stance, they can only move... I will allow movement, because I hate things that end movement, because they really make the ability significantly less good, no matter what the abilities the not moving grants, unless you're under extremely specific situations where you're like underground or blocking a door. But that can still be done by a character who can move 5 feet per round. While in the stance, they can move upwards, move at most 5 feet per round. I wanted to balance it because it might have that ability at 3rd, which isn't the case anymore. Yeah, and you can feel free to toss this around a bit. I think having it at 3rd as just being a regular shield you can't get rid of really is the weakness that balances it out, right? Because if you're getting this item and you're starting at 3rd, you won't get any of the cool special things until 5th, when suddenly it explodes into being a bit more useful. Did you hear that thing I said about the poutine?
I did.
Excellent. Excellent. I thought I heard cackling in the distance. Vibrant Guard. Move at 5 feet per round. During this stance, This is genius. Thank you! During this stance, the characters... Or we'll just say the character, because like technically it's one character wielding the 2 shields. It's personality-wise and role-playing 2 people, but if you have a single hit point pool, and you're doing all the stats as if it's one character, we can, for the sake of maybe someday putting this as a single artifact on one person, if we reflavor it, we'll leave it this way. During the stance, the character can apply their normal +2 shield bonus to all saving throws. That's right. +2 to all saving throws, which is pretty good. Thank you. I try to do good work. During the stance, the character can apply their normal shield bonus to all saving throws, and up to 1 other character inside 10 feet they can see. Yeah, exactly. Spell defense. This can be done, we'll say 3 times per long rest. So we're essentially giving you extra class features that are defensive based, or control based, in the sense of the floating shield, the sun ability. A burst of daylight until the end of your next turn is really like eliminating and evening out playing field and aggressively attacking some very niche monster enemies. Vibrant Guard gives you the saving throws, and this is where we give you the good stuff. I'm gonna look up a quick synonym here, because I want fancy synonyms, because that's how you make magic items sound good. All right, so we're gonna go with this will be another stance, because that's what we've replaced. And stances, I think, are good because they make the powers that you get more situational. So we're gonna copy paste this. Oh, this is getting big. It's so big. It's so big. I really want to see it all in one. This is the one thing I don't like about Google Docs, is that it just kind of drops things off into the next page, even the format. As an action, the wearer can enter a defensive stance. While in the stance, they can only move at 5 feet per round. Curtain, we'll call this a curtain of shimmering daylight pours down to defend the user during this stance. There we go. A wall of darkness as black as the night sky, void of starlight, encases the wearer. And so a level 14 ability should be pretty good. For 1 minute, they are immune to radiant. Or not for 1 minute. We'll go with it's a level 14 ability. Minute, actually 1 minute seems fine. That's 10 rounds. They're immune to, it's similar to like level 20 transformation abilities, but heavily crippled due to the minimum movement. For 1 minute, they're immune to radiant, radiant and necrotic damage. Necrotic damage. it feels very balanced for a level 14 artifact ability. That's essentially like a layered extra class thing. They're immune to necrotic rain damage. If they are struck with an attack that does either of these damage types, they may redirect that damage to an enemy within 5 feet as a reaction. The new target must meet all original qualifications to be a target of the spell or ability, if any. So again, highly specified. They're not as good as real class features. They feel as good as sort of like class features. And with the way we've worded it as Shield of Light and Darkness, this unified thing, you could put this on just one character. They cannot remove the shield except by, we'll say, what's an artifact thing? Except by satisfying the whims of some of a divine being. Because this isn't really meant for standard Forgotten Realms play and stuff. We need it once per day on the last one. Oh, oh, sorry, yes, that is correct. That is correct. This ability... Thank you. This ability can be used once per day. Per long rest. There we go. Once per long rest. It's divine being, subject to DM approval. This is looking kind of done. I don't know about you. I'm going to leave the flavor text up to you in terms of description. But this looks and feels kind of done to me. How are you feeling, Mew Mew? Yeah, of course. Oh, of course. Absolutely. This is going to go up as a file that you should be able to copy paste out of in the Discord. So you should join the Discord. I can copy paste it, but the formatting probably isn't going to be great into Discord. And it may need some tweaks. I would definitely send this to your DM and ask them to tweak it for you, because again, they might be doing a slightly different level of power than what I'm accounting for. And I try to balance for what's in the book. Yeah, the formatting's not great. Alright, so I think we're feeling good. Feel free to come back next Thursday if you think that it needs a little more work, or if you want to workshop it some more. Alright, next we're moving on to... I forgot about the thing with the formatting. Okay, my first experience. One of the heroes has a chance to find an axe on an enemy known as the Axe of Fallen Heroes. I'm gonna just, as we go, fill this into my template. So that's easy. It's a battle. It's a great axe. I don't know if you're still here, the one and only Noir. Is this a great axe? Since it does, yeah, okay. So, great axe. Oh, no problem, you. Have a great night. If you ever get a freed up spot, feel free to give us a follow. And actually, if you're just in the Discord, it'll tell you when I go live. So if you join the Discord, so if you ever want to know. When the player hits the enemy, it will stick in their flesh and drain their blood for 1 round of combat, doing a d4 damage. Unless the player uses their bonus action to remove it. If the player doesn't feed the axe, They will not be able to have a long or short rest and will disadvantage on attack rolls for the day until it feeds. The axe itself will whisper to the player who wields it, most but none of the other players. If the player would... Okay, that... I think there's some wording cleanup that needs to be done there, because I'm not sure what you mean by that sentence. The axe itself will whisper to the player who wields it, most but none of the other players, comma, if the player wishes to let go of the symbiotic hold it has over them, they have to pass a DC 19 check, from which the mod applies to the character. For example, wizard wisdom. Okay, so whoever... So it's a... Okay, for context, the player will be around level 5 when they get this item. Should nerf some elements, well balanced. Okay, so... it's a great axe that gives a very minimum benefit for what it does. So cursed weapons, specifically, are typically very rare. So we'll go with that. We'll throw in great axe. Because, you know, it's not a subpar axe. It's a great axe. And it's going to require attunement, of course. So what we'll do here is we'll give it an ability called Thirst of the Villain. If it's the Axe of Fallen Heroes, it's got to have a villain-themed named ability. We'll call it Thirst the Villain. On a successful hit, the axe deals an additional 1d4 damage. Now, eating bonus actions every turn is a little too strong. In the sense it's a little too cursed, because throwing it away is already kind of hard. Also, it's interesting that you bring up symbiotic weapons, because in the new Keith Baker book, exploring... Oh, I'm used to my webcam being over there. Exploring Eberron, right here, which is an unofficial expansion for 5e. They created a new magic item system for symbiotic weapons, which is really good. Oh crap. I didn't hit pay on my food order, but it's okay, because it's still within closing time. I was like, I should check to see if my food is on the way. It's still fine, because they're still open. For another 45 minutes or so. I almost feel bad. Okay. Alright, so. On a successful hit, the axe deals an additional 1d4 points of damage. Dungeons and distractions. That's so true. So, what I will do is, not that I think your symbiote stuff is kind of unbalanced or bad, but we have a really well-balanced mechanic from a very respected D&D creator about symbiotic items. So what we'll do is, I can't copy-paste his ruling, but I can tell you about it. Considering there's, again, not much you can do with this sort of thing. So, how symbiotic items work... Let me see if I can find the ruling for them. Here we go. Because symbiotes shouldn't be truly cursed items. You should still get something for it. It's just hard to remove. So, the gauntlet... So, a symbiotic item can't be removed from you while you're attuned to it, and you can't voluntarily end your attunement. If you're targeted by a spell that ends a curse, your attunement to the item ends, and you can remove it. So, we'll just call it a standard cursed item for now. The reason we call it symbiotic, though, is that there are races or people who might be immune to that or be better suited for it. So, for example, there is a subrace of dwarf in this book that when they connect to these symbiotic items, they can take them on and off freely. And that's one of their racial benefits. So, I think we can go with that as its curse. I also think the whole bonus action thing should really be should really just be when they kill a creature. If a creature dies to this weapon, because otherwise what you've generated is a system where whoever's wielding it, they can't let go, and because they can't let go, you've just eaten their bonus actions for the rest of their life, which is like you've just killed a bunch of their class features, and that's just kind of too much. So I would say that it should be whenever a creature dies, to make it a little less common. Especially at the low level they're getting this, they need those bonus actions to survive. At a higher level, maybe that makes more sense where the curse is worse. If a creature dies due to if a creature dies to this weapon, the axe of fallen heroes buries itself into their flesh, and the owner, actually, we'll not even say if a creature, we'll say a humanoid to make it really kind of like spicy. We'll make it if a humanoid or some if a living creature, so it won't do it to like a golem, but it'll do it to a person or an elf or a mind flayer. The accidentally burns through the flesh, and the owner can hear detestable sounds of hunger being satisfied in the most grotesque ways. While the axe is feeding, they have disadvantage against fear-based saving throws. For saving throws against fear, actually. They have disadvantage against saving. Disadvantage. Because that... Let's make it spooky. I'm of the opinion you should just make it spooky instead of making it mechanically worse all the time. Make it situationally mechanically worse. On saving throws against fear. Against fear. So that's one. Two, to toss it. So what I would say is that your DC to tossing it, we can just make that straight up a cursed item. With the symbiote subclass of item. What would be example of fear saving throw? So there's straight up a spell just called fear. There are a number of monsters that cause effects for fear. People can use the intimidation skill to cause fear. There's a number of things, actually. There's not a lot of character class features that aren't spells, but very specifically, there's a number of spells and spell-like abilities that monsters have that cause fear. So what I would say is while because normally you can't let go of a cursed item. If the thing is feeding, you get this temporary... you get to let go, but while it's eating and you're not holding on to it, you have this quality that makes it easier to frighten, shaken, and scare you, which means you have to go back for the weapon. You can't live in that terror, right? You could maybe risk it for a few rounds in a combat, but you wouldn't do it all the time. You would never abandon it, and in fact, that's where your saving throw comes in. Because what we'll call it is conditional. Yeah, kind of. Conditional curse is what we'll call this. So what we'll say is that unless the character attuned to the Axe of Fallen Heroes can... I'm going to unbold that because it's going to drive me nuts. Unless the character attuned to the... Actually, I'm also going to... Yeah, no, that's good. Unless the character attuned to the Axe of Fallen Heroes can... abandon the weapon while it's feeding. They must always return for it within, we'll say 10 minutes. or else suffer a level of exhaustion. We'll say within 10 minutes with a level of exhaustion that cannot be healed normally. So 1 level of exhaustion is pretty debilitating. Well, it's not super debilitating, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad to leave a cursed item behind if you don't get it within 10 minutes. And it's permanent. It never goes away. That's rough. It's very bad. And that means that someone might pick up the item and run off, and they can't attune to it. They just get your thing, and you're screwed. So you actually have to go and get it back. Remove curse. The spell remove curse. No. So this is where it gets really mean. So if you use the axe and you leave it in an enemy you've killed, and you let go, you suddenly have disadvantage on fear saving throws, but you can let go, which means you can use other weapons, you can have a shield and sword, whatever, and the axe gets to eat, which will satisfy the other thing that you've got going on here, which I will touch on in a minute, which is the whispers and the evil stuff, and the lack of ability to take or benefit from rests, which I'm gonna alter a little, because that's also maybe a little too bad for such a low level character, but we'll get with it. So you could lose the axe in this way, but then when it's gone, you get exhaustion on top of your disadvantage against fear, and you can't end the curse. So what I'm going to put here is, because of conditional curse, they can't be healed normally. If separated from the weapon, the spell remove curse will not end the curse or attunement. So you need to go back for it if you want to get rid of the curse. You need it. So if someone steals it from you, you're still stuck with the curse, and you can't get uncursed because someone took it from you. You need to have it. Which is just worse. It's like a conditional thing where you can kind of get rid of the curse, where it's tricking you. And it's just actually meaner and worse, I think, but without being so debilitating. And exhaustion, again, makes it harder. If the, we'll say ravenous hunger. If the axe isn't fed, the attuned will get no rest. Racked by hunger pains and the whispering of the axe that it must feed. Character cannot gain the benefits of a short rest, but they can get a long rest. The character cannot gain the benefits of short rest if the axe hasn't fed that day. If the axe goes, we'll say if the axe goes 7 days unfed, the character can no longer benefit from a long rest or even sleep. See Xanathar's. There are special rules in Xanathar's Guide for sleeping, for going without sleep, and the kind of super bad stuff that can happen if you go without sleep. So I'm just going to quickly post the page numbers on that. Sleep, page 177. Xanathar's Guide is one of the best player books, period. I would say that if you are a player and not a DM, Xanathar's Guide is the most important book for you other than the Player's Handbook because it has so many great rules. If you're a DM, it's your third most important book because you should have the Player's Handbook. You're a DM. I actually think this book is more important than a Player's Handbook for a DM. The DM knowing a bunch of the base rules, a lot of the base rules in the Player's Handbook, one of your players is going to have it. This has so many of the things that belong in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Like, the Player's Handbook and the Dungeon Master's Guide do not have rules for what happens to a person if they go without sleep. So, going without a long rest. A long rest is never mandatory, but going without sleep does have its consequences. If you want to account for the effects of sleep deprivation on characters and creatures, use these rules. Whenever you end a 24-hour period without finishing a long rest, you must succeed on a DC 10 concentration saving throw or suffer 1 level of exhaustion. It becomes harder to fight off exhaustion if you stay awake for multiple days. After the first 24 hours, the DC increases by 5 for each consecutive 24-hour period. Without a long rest, the DC resets to 10 when you finish a long rest. It doesn't cause insanity, it causes exhaustion, which causes death. So you have to feed this axe or get it removed, or you will die after however many levels of exhaustion cause death, which I think is 6. So after a week, you basically have a 6-day countdown to kill something. Even an animal will kind of do, but you've got to kill something with the axe. If you want to be particularly mean about this, if you want to be super mean about this, make it have to be an intelligent creature. A creature of 4 intelligence or higher. Because 4 intelligence is the bottom of human intelligence. Like, if you're rolling stats, 4 is the lowest the stat can be, arguably. Which means you'd have to feed it a sentient life form. I think the way it is now works the best because we've worked in a bunch of sleep stuff that is very deadly, and you just need remove curse, but you need to have the weapon. And at level 5, remove curse I think is still a little annoying to get unless the party has a cleric, a dedicated cleric. Let's look at remove curse. Cursed items suck. Party doesn't have a cleric. Perfect. There are some other classes that get it. Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell. So let's take a look. 3rd level spell. Warlocks get it. Once they have, I believe, a paladin has remove curse. Paladin, I think it does, but they won't get it as quick as other classes that normally get it. Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell for paladins, which means higher level paladins are needed to get it. For reference, it's a 3rd level spell on most spell lists that get it. So paladins don't get it until 9th level. And a bard, for example, that takes it, will get it at 5th level, right at 5th level. So do you have any core casters in your group other than cleric? And by core casters, I mean bard, cleric, wizard, and druid. Or sorcerer normally, but I don't think sorcerer gets it at all. No, sorcerer doesn't. Druid does not get it. Druid doesn't get it though, unless it has a specific druid circle that allows for it. Oh yeah, I forgot. The debate's happening tonight. That's a whole thing. They have the moon circle. They're not going to have it. They're not going to have any special access to remove curse. Yeah, I think your party might be boned until 9th level or until they can pay someone to cast remove curse. So if you wanted to be super mean and build an adventure around this item, then what I think you would do is what I think you should do is steal it from them once they can do it. Someone who's out to get the party, like a villain, have your villain steal this item, because then the guy will slowly die, and all the guy who wants to kill your player has to do is not feed the axe. I will leave the flavor up to you. You do have a mind flayer villain. That's perfect. This is potentially perfect for that kind of manipulator. To toss a magic item. I would actually to make it tantalizing is between you and me, is I would up that extra damage to a d6. Between you and me. And also, this weapon counts as magical for overcoming, if only I could spell, for overcoming resistance and immunities, because that is just a common courtesy, even to cursed items. I think this here is a complete MacGuffin. This is more than just a standard item. This is a fancy plot, and definitely the kind of like it's definitely a chain around the neck of a PC. So my one recommendation, to be clear, because this is not a thing that I would ever personally use lightly, is this is the kind of thing you toss in front. Oh, perfect. This is good. I would talk to the player you intend to put this in front of ahead of time, so they agree to take it as a player. Because this is debilitating. It's very bad, right? So I would privately ask them, hey, as a plot idea, I've got a cursed weapon. It's powerful. But it's got a big drawback, and it's part of the plot. Do you want to take it? I would ask, instead of just like sucker punching someone with it, because some of this stuff can get real bad. They have to accept that something very bad might happen to them. That's outside the scope of how the game is regularly played. That being said, I think it's quite balanced, as long as the party works together to save the person who has it. If you have a party that works together, this is like a moment in time. Yeah, this is the barbarian weapon. The only other thing I might do is make it more appealing, which is actually, you know what? This weapon grants +1 to attacks and to attack rolls and damage. We're going to straight up make it a +1 weapon, and counts as magical for overcoming resistance and immunities. It's a +1 great axe that does an extra d6 of damage to living creatures. We should also do that to living creatures. Do that to living creatures. So that way it doesn't get the extra damage to undead or to constructs, which will just be weird, because it's trying to eat some flesh. It's trying to eat some good, juicy, fresh meat, right? So let's give it, and you as a DM, because this isn't getting published anywhere, this is a thing you can kind of like qualify for yourself as the dungeon master. What doesn't count as a living creature. You can edit this to the cow comes home to suit your group. I think as it is, minus a couple things, is pretty good and balanced. Since you joined the Discord, this document, homebrew stream, this document, I'm gonna do a Dropbox later. For now, I'm just gonna put the link in the Discord. Homebrew stream 10/22/2020 will just end up in the Discord. That way you can copy paste this out with the formatting. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Yeah, if you want, you can do what you want. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Restricted. Grant access to anyone with the link. Copy link. Done. Let's pop over to the Discord and put it in. Let's go into the Discord. We'll go into tabletop games. We'll at everyone. Hey folks, here is the live link to tonight's homebrew content. There we go. Looks good. Is there anything earlier that's unfinished? I mean, gear, which is also the loot for the aquatic barnacle knight. We'll do that now. We haven't got anything else on the docket. So we've got, for gear, we'll have the barnacle armor on a half plate, because that's what we based it on for them. The ancient coral battle axe. Oh, no problem. This has been fun and actually somewhat decently viewed, so I'm going to be doing this again next Thursday as well. So I do have another item that I made, but it's more simple. It's these daggers that are made from the flames of the Nine Hells. Ooh. Ew. See, this is the... Okay. This is not a direct, like, bash on you. This is just the thing. Oh, here comes the boy. We have Cat. Cat has invaded. Hey, buddy. What's up? What's up? Okay. You go down. Or you can stay on the lap. Your choice. So, this is a thing. People make items cooler that sound way cooler. Hey, Dave, I didn't see you in here. Welcome to the stream. It's my sweet screamy boy. This is a thing that even I'm guilty of from time to time. I make weapons that are really... I make weapons or items, or I come up with concepts that are really cool that have no place in a low-level game. From the logic of it. Daggers made out of hellfire from the Nine Helms are dope as fuck. Pardon this French. They are really cool sounding. It's not a thing I would ever hand to a 5th level party, because the balance to make it as good as how cool it sounds won't ever be balanced for a 5th level party. Heck, it won't even be balanced probably for a 7th level party. Oh, what a good boy you are. You're being so good. You were so good today. We, for reference, I'm going to be coddling this cat because we got a new cat. Well, new cat to me. My partner Julia got her cat back from her parents. And that cat is living in the bedroom that is, like, directly behind where this webcam is. Oh, you're going to settle? Okay. We'll call this an explorer's kit. Knight's gear needs a message in a bottle. I was thinking about that, actually. I wanted to make a cool dagger set for my rogue. I guess I'll change the idea so they're just daggers that made of fire. So no, so what I would do is keep the hell bit and ditch the fire that they're made of fire. Because that's gonna suck to put away or try to hide. Is really the issue. A rogue with daggers made of fire is gonna be a rogue that can't stealth really well. What I would do is make cool matching daggers made out of, like, black iron chipped away from, like, one of the dungeons of Carcery. Or, yes, thank you. Green steel, also an excellent choice. Star metal, excellent choice. There's all kinds of unique, cool materials that you can hand over to a rogue in the forms of daggers. Daggers of bone made of, like, a pit fiend or something. There's all kinds of cool materials that come from the greater outer planes and inner planes. Matt, I'm going to recognize, is a bit more of an expert than me on specific materials from specific planes. I care less about the cool pre-made materials that the game has produced over the years, and more about someone, like, an item becoming magical through use. So, like, a guy has a broken steel bar, like a shank, made from a steel bar taken out of a Carcery black iron cage, and they've stabbed so many tieflings and demodans with it that it's become a magical dagger in its own right. Just infused with the evil of the plane and the violence of its user. I like stuff like that a little bit more than manufactured items. I like manufactured items when you can very clearly point to who made this and why. And sometimes the cooler items come from use and not the who made them and why. There are some amazing items from both sides. I just personally, from a point of flavor, really like one over the other. But, like, green steel, if we're looking at, if you were doing Eberron, we've got Bishik, which is, like, anti-aberration stuff that's metal that fell from the sky. You've got star metal, again, cool meteorite metal. Green steel, what plane is green steel from again, Matt? I'm brain farting where that's from. I feel like it is from one of the 9 hells, but I might be wrong. Stuff like that. That's what I love. Is cool items like that. We'll go with an explorer's kit, a missive from their liege in a bottle. Directly from Avernus. Is that in the new adventure? I wonder. I don't have that on the shelf. Where's my copy of Avernus? Oh, there it is. Yeah. I don't know. Alright, that's cool. I can just look it up. Magic items, page 223. You know what we do? Is if it's not in here, is I'll just make green steel next. Holy crap! There's already something stupid in here that isn't green steel. Maddie, get a load of this. I'm gonna address your comment in a moment, Noir. Maddie, there's a weapon. This weapon it's the Hellfire weapon. Weapon any uncommon. This weapon is fashioned from infernal iron and traced with veins of hellfire that shed dim light in a 5-foot radius. Any humanoid killed by an attack with this weapon has its soul funneled into the river Styx, where it's reborn instantly as a lemur devil. Like that. That's so nuts. That's not, it's not a good functioning weapon, and the repercussion is wildly bonkers. That's so not good. I have an uncommon weapon that makes resurrection basically impossible. Amazing. An idea that I had with the dagger was that whenever they killed someone, the person's soul was sent to the 9 hells to be tortured. Well, It's a hellfire weapon! We're done! It's right here in Baldur's Gate. It's like someone has a vendetta against the creator behind Planescape. Matt, I'm going to tell you right now, I get the feeling that whoever does most of the crunch does not like Planescape. And most of the fluff. I get the feeling that this is supposed to be, and this is something Ben and I talk about at length from time to time, this is like the greatest hits edition. And their idea of what is a great hit is skewed wildly. Because they give Greyhawk so much love. Primarily because it's lineage, not because of its fan love. It's definitely what they do. Uncommon, so they get more siphoned souls. Yeah, I get it. Dave, I get it. It's the lemur machine. Slaps hood. This weapon makes so many lemurs. That is, it's real ridiculous. It should be way rarer. It should do more and be rarer. Yeah, shutting down Resurrection isn't absurd. It's only absurd at uncommon. It is absolutely absurd at uncommon. It's absurd at uncommon. It's absurd at rare. It's absurd at at very rare. This is like, wow. It doesn't even need attunement. This is one of the most unbalanced things I've ever seen in print. This is why you can't actually trust Wizards of the Coast. At least a tenth of the time. With any of their own content. Oh, I just got a text. KFC is preparing my order. Food is a minute away. I'm gonna have to reload the app, because that seems incorrect. I didn't get a call, but I got a text. I got 2 missed calls. Guys, I'm gonna just take a minute. I'll be right back. Because my food is here. Likely in a bag downstairs. Hope they left it instead of just keeping my food.
Did they just leave the food?
Yes, they left.
Very weird. Yeah, but
They left it in the sunroom. So, here's what I would do if you're trying to make a cool dagger that marks people for torture. The CR2 disparities, like shadows killing people and annihilating the body. Yeah, that's exactly what that reminds me of. So here's what I would do. Is, with the daggers that torture people. Make it a save. And make it traceable. So then you have a serial killer on your hand. So what you do is you make... So that does not go right into the poutine. The poutine is for me. You get some of the poutine.
oh
Do you want the whole poutine?
no, it's okay.
No, you can have
That's
the whole
fine.
poutine. That's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I have a chicken burger and chicken wings.
Okay.
I got this for us to share initially, but if you're real hungry, you can have it.
I mean, I feel like us Lady in the Tramping poutine on camera is...
I'm not going to do that
necessarily.
because you put lemon juice on poutine.
That's the reason why?
100% the reason why I won't eat something with you on camera is because you will douse something like poutine and lemon juice. I just outed you in front of 6 people.
It's fine. I'm out and proud, Bobby.
Out and proud! This stream is LGBTQA IA+ friendly. We are out and proud. We will eat, at least one of us will eat poutine with whatever. All right. So what I would do for the dagger that sends people to hell is when you kill a person with the dagger, you would create a saving throw as if it were a spell. So this obviously feels evil and fiendish, which is more intelligence leaning to me. So the person with the dagger, when they land a killing blow, can use a reaction. The reaction will force the person who just died to make a saving throw, probably a wisdom saving throw. No, what's the saving throw against resisting being teleported? Because that's kind of what's happening. What conjuration spells offer saving throws? Or not conjuration, maybe conjuration. It's like being summoned. So conjuration I feel might be wisdom, but it also might be a physical saving throw to resist. Charisma. Thank you. That actually works. That makes perfect sense. So, let's say I'm a rogue and I have this cursed dagger that sends people to Avernus. I stab a guy. I use my reaction on my own turn to force them, because they're dying on my turn. The act of them dying on my turn triggers a reaction. I use my reaction, and I force them to make a spell saving throw. So they roll a charisma saving throw against my intelligence as a stat. So 8 plus int plus proficiency. If they fail that save, they go to Avernus. Maybe not forever, but they're definitely not reborn as a devil. They're just being tortured. They can still be resurrected. And then, whether they make the save or not, it leaves a hellish mark on the body that gets left behind, where they have to make the same saving throw again in order to get resurrected. And they can try as much as they want, but each time they waste the money or the items for the resurrection. And that item is not common or uncommon. That item's rare. Like it's a +2 very rare dagger. That's what I would do. Is I would make it like the pinnacle item of a serial killer style character. Like a murderous Jack the Ripper arcane trickster. Yeah, they make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC, assuming you have intelligence, or they get sent to hell. Because there should always be a save. There should always be a save. And the save should be reasonable. And it's compared to the rogue's intelligence. Well, treat the rogue as if it's a spellcaster using their intelligence. Yeah, that's what I would do. Spell save DC as determined by the weapon's wielder. It doesn't have to be a rogue. Anybody could do it. Just rogue is a little bit more likely. Because it's a dagger. A fighter's not going to want to carry that into battle. Wow, compensate. It's going to be a rogue, because they want sneak dice. I also might not make it a dagger. I would personally probably lean a bit more towards short sword, just because I feel short sword is just the best murder weapon. Dagger's good because you can throw it. But I feel like short sword is just like the sweet spot for rogue one-handed weapon. It does feel like a ritual weapon. It feels like a demonic contract weapon to me. But ritual could definitely be a way you could flavor it. You could change it around very easily. Because, like, this isn't a real weapon we're writing up. Yeah. Then yeah. Imp-based saving throw and everything makes sense, because the wizard's got it. That works perfectly. The dagger feels like the ritual. Yeah. Yeah. Dagger is the ritual version. The serial killer version is the short sword. I think that's the differential. The type of weapon will imply a bunch of different intent as well. Oh yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm going to take a second to rate my delivery person quite high. I already tipped them. I'm gonna definitely. I wish I could leave a comment because he did a good job. So I missed 2 calls. The app glitched and it didn't give me a delivery notice. I got a text, but no audio alert. They called, but I have the phone quiet because I'm streaming. He called twice and tried to deliver the food, and instead of just keeping it, he actually left it in. He came in the sunroom and left it where it wouldn't be seen by someone walking by. So I'm super happy about it. If it was pleasant and it was nicer than I deserved, based on my behavior of not answering my phone. All right. So we've got. Oh, I forgot to include an aquatic arcane mastery. When submerged or partially submerged in water, the Barnacle Knight does not need a free hand or somatic components. Which means when he's underwater, that axe is versatile, baby! You get him on land, he needs a hand free. But underwater, he's in his element. I believe we are running low on user requests. We've been up for 4 hours. If no one's got any other requests, I might just end it here so I can enjoy my supper. And, yeah. 4 hours is a pretty solid stream for this. Nobody else has really got anything, I think. Unless, Noir, unless you want me to write up that version of the dagger we just talked about, I actually don't mind doing that. Because then maybe reading it might make a little bit more sense, because what I was saying didn't exactly necessarily seem like it made sense to you right away. We'll call it the, oh, what's a good name for this? I'll leave that behind. Oh, no. It's no... It's not disturbing me. This is, I do this legitimately for fun. This is fun. And, it's fun to, like, help people, I find. Especially with stuff that I think I'm actually pretty good at. So what we'll do is we'll call it rare. Or, no... Yeah, rare feels like the thing. It's not like you're going to be able to sell it very easily. We'll call it Deliverance. Dagger or short sword. Judgment Blades? Oh, okay. That was what I was getting at, Maddie. Ferryman's daughter. Ooh. Look at you, Dave, coming in with a... That's legit good. I don't... But does Chiron really take souls to hell? He takes them to Hades, where most people go after they're dead. That's a good... That's a good... I'm literally just gonna start a new box just so I can use Ferryman's daughter That's true. That's true. I'm gonna keep Ferryman's Daughter as a name because it's so good. And we'll give it as alternate names to these same items. Or I don't know. Actually, I don't know why I need a whole other entry for that. Ferryman's Daughter is a sick name. I refuse to give it up. Okay. So. Alright, so functions. We're going to give it a bonus so to make it valuable. We'll call it the plus. We'll give it a plus. I mean, it's rare, but it has a really sick effect. So +1. This weapon gains +1 to attack rolls and attack rolls and damage. It is a magical weapon for purposes of overcoming damage resistance and immunities. Next, characters killed with this weapon must make... actually, so what we'll do is we won't make the DC based on the murderer. We'll offer a flat DC, because the flexible DC is actually a boon to the weapon. It actually makes the weapon better. And I want to keep it a little bit more reasonable in terms of rarity, in case someone picks this item up out of the folder and decides to take it elsewhere. So I think what we'll do is a flat DC. So when and this is actually a nice little lesson for anybody who hasn't made spells or poisons or things in this edition yet. It's super useful way to look at things. So when you look at making a DC, you have to think about how the game's math is worked. So a 10 rolling, if the DC on something is 10, it means the average person is going to fail it half the time. The average person. So if you think about an illness that can kill someone outright, it either has to be very rare or have a really low DC, or it decimates half your population. Having something would be neat to strike an enemy, successfully leave a mark on their next turn. That target takes a d6 damage. If the damage kills the target, the save kicks in. Oh, that actually feels better. I actually like that better, because then you could slit the throat of some guy, and even if he survives somehow, that extra boom on damage 6 seconds later might finish them off. I like that. I like that quite a bit. I wonder if we make it, yeah, on a successful attack. Yeah, I like that. That's really good. That feels super murdery, especially when it has no force. We're going to call that psychic damage, too. I think that's definitely some psychic damage right there. Very few things are resistant or immune to psychic damage. So that is good. I like that. Characters killed with this weapon. Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll make that a new section. We'll call it murder, Mark of the Judge. Sounds good. I don't know if it's that tough to trigger, because just killing them will also work. If they die to the mark or the blade, it'll trigger the going to hell save. Mark of the Judge. Characters struck with this weapon are marked. We'll say for we'll say they're marked for 48 hours. With a grotesque branding Oh, no, no, no. It seems like a good way to give it a little bit of extra oomph. It does feel kind of murdery. Because otherwise, if you need the extra d6 damage to trigger, that would be too much, I think. It would just never work. You're right. It would just never work. I think if you kill someone with the blade, or they die from that 1d6, the only reason why it wouldn't be hard to trigger is if you down someone, they take damage, they lose 2 death saves. So that is true, Matt, but typically speaking, DMs don't have to give anybody a death save that isn't a player. They should for named creatures, but it's all a guideline. So most of the time, NPCs, common humanoids, die when they hit 0. I don't typically mark death saves like that, because otherwise players care less about the reckless damage they do to other people. They don't, but for the purposes I am being used against monsters, how much follow-up is going to happen on something being killed? But that's just it. That's why I think killing with the blade or with the damage, I only do in boss fights. Yeah, every DM has their own style to it too, right? So like all the boss monster in a boss fight, all the minions might get death saving throws too, because then one might roll that nat 20 and get back up, and that's super cool. It would blow a player's mind to down a goblin war chief who's not even the big bad, and then that war chief rolls that nat 20 and gets up at 1 hit point to mess with the party. That makes sense to me. In the average fight or an assassination attempt, I don't know. I think it matters more that they just die to the blade. I don't think it has to be the d6 psychic damage or whatever. Or, well, I'm deciding it's psychic damage for my version, but the mark. I think the mark is a great way to kick it off, so that if someone thinks they're going to survive, or alternatively, when it's used against players, that's where I like the death saving throw thing, because that's also useful against players. I think that it works really well for both, but I think just killing them with the blade is also enough, or should also be enough. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I follow you. 100%. Because the death saving throws for like non-players or non-important people are being disregarded anyway. You can just flavor how they die however you want, as a GM or as a player. 100%. Yeah, I think there was a little miscommunication there. Because I arrived at that a while ago. I just didn't vocalize it because that's what I thought you meant very clearly. And maybe that's... But because neither one of us had said it exactly that way, neither of us knew we knew what we were talking about. Characters killed with this weapon. Mark of the Judge. Characters struck with this weapon are marked for 40 hours with grotesque branding of a God of Death. That way we can sub in Merkel or whoever. God of Death. Or Terrible Fiend. The DM can decide when they generate this item. If only I could type. If only. We should also say not characters, but this is for humanoids, right? So humanoids struck with this weapon are marked for 48 hours with a grotesque branding of a God of Death or Terrible Fiend. The DM can decide when they generate the item who this mark is dedicated to. The turn after receiving the mark. I've also been saying psychic damage. Does anyone have an idea about damage type that they think might suit better? Because I think fire is too easy to resist. It is the most resisted element after poison. And pretty much everything's immune or resistant to poison. I was thinking necrotic. Necrotic was my runner-up. Personally, I like psychic a little better because it's attacking the soul of the person. And necrotic is more about attacking the body. So I don't know. Necrotic is my runner-up because it fits with the whole evil undead sort of vibe that this comes with. And I was thinking necrotic also because of the necromancer attachment that Noir was mentioning. Noir, what do you think? Since this might be... Oh, they both seem good options. I would say, from a weight standpoint, and this is just me playing devil's advocate to the two of you, psychic damage is a better damage type than necrotic, because fewer things can resist it. But if we're making the mark affect humanoids, because we're sacrificing humanoid souls to devils, demons, and whatnot have you, then that matters less, because very few humanoids are immune or resistant to necrotic. I think it's really just Azamar. So I like both, considering the extra damage only procs potentially on things that have souls that demons and devils want. So I'm kind of fine with both. We could even put that it could be either or, and that the DM can decide when they make the item. The Necromancer themselves are in a haunted house of the dead, so necrotic would fit the theme. What I'll do is I'm going to put it that it could be either or. Yeah. I'm going to put that the DM can decide when they make the item. The DM can decide when they generate the item who this mark is dedicated to. The turn for receiving the mark, they then take 1d6 of either necrotic or not poison, necrotic or psychic damage. The DM can decide which the weapon does when it is made. Easy enough. When the weapon is made. Which damage type? I have a dumb narrative idea. The mark disguises the victim's alignment to match the god or fiend. I don't think bodies have alignments. Unless you mean it affects the soul after the soul leaves the body? Yeah. Well, that actually kind of depends on the setting. Actually. I like where your head's at, though. I feel like that particular wording, since alignment matters a little less, in this edition might just need to be cleaned up. Character kills with this weapon must make... Oh, I was trying to talk about DCs earlier. So, maybe the body has an aura of evil around it, attracting all things evil to it. Maybe having the body detect as evil for no particular reason does mark things as being, 40-hour mark, so if you don't die, you still have it. Yep, that's also true. Those who have the mark count as evil under detection. Under different kinds of detection. So I was saying before about difficulty classes. Static difficulty classes on items are safer and smarter because there's less math that the person who has the item needs to do. They already have to do that math for their spells and things, but a character that doesn't have spells might not know how to produce that math right away, especially if they're new. So the easy thing to do with weapons and other items that produce spell saves is to flatten out those DCs and make them consistent no matter who has the weapon. I prefer that. So this is when we look at how to set a DC. When you look at something that can kill or hurt someone, it's using the same mechanics as something that just makes them poisoned or exhausted, which is the saving throw. So you have to weigh these things appropriately. A thing that just makes you tired should not have the same DC as something that kills you, unless that DC of something that kills you happens less often. So the thing can't do it as often, or it's hard to come by the circumstances under which you will be asked to make that DC. So in this case, this DC can happen potentially every time this weapon is swung. Meaning, the DC needs to be kind of low, because that means someone who walks in to a room can stab 20 peons, and all of those people will fail the save and all go to hell. And that's fair, but as characters level up or get more hale and hardy, you can do that with a low DC, and for flavor-wise, the DM can just say that all 12 of those random diner attendants failed their saves and all went to hell. That's easy. But when you're playing it as a save against players, saves versus instant death, or in this case, is saves against not being allowed to resurrect temporarily, or being sent to hell to be tortured, those DCs need to be reasonable. And so the easiest way to determine a DC is to determine what level a character is likely to be able to create a DC. So in this case, this is going into a game that Noir is DMing for a group of level 5 players, I think you said? Their character levels are all level 5? So the average level 5 creature that can produce a DC, we'll say, has typically +3 to their, I think that's level 5 is where you get... No, I'm thinking that might be a little later. Level 5 is too early to get +3 proficiency. Oh, it's exactly level 5. So proficiency would be, a DC is determined by the number 8, which is their magic number. You're using milestone leveling, so they'll be level 5. Perfectly. So you know exactly when they're going to level. That's why I like milestone leveling a bit more, because then you know exactly when they're going to be where you need them to be. So, a level 5 creature, or effectively a CR5 creature, should be able to produce a saving throw, assuming they have roughly the same proficiency as the player level. So, that means 8 plus 3. So, a thing that has no positive modifier that can kill someone instantly. You do 2-hour sessions, XP leveling takes too long. Absolutely. Milestone leveling makes perfect sense in shorter situations. 100%. I use milestone leveling, and we do 4-hour sessions. I'm 100% on board with milestone. No one will ever have to justify it to me. I think XP to level is honestly pointless. The DM can just do the math and figure it out, and then award the levels appropriately. Having people track numbers like that, I don't think... we used to do 10-hour set. I've been in those 10-hour sessions. I've played those 10-hour sessions with no EXP. What matters is that you trust the DM, and the players trust the DM, and the DM knows when to award those levels, so that way the players feel gratified in doing it, and that they can rise to the new challenges that the DM intends to set before them. Math calculations about EXP are pointless, I think, in the game. If you think even I am even halfway proficient at doing what I'm doing in front of me right now, Maddie is one of the best DMs I've ever played with. It does. It slows down the game. Or it becomes a thing that someone forgets to write down if you're tracking independently. And then one person's just behind because they forgot to write a thing down. It's just stupid. It's superfluous bookkeeping. But back to my point about DCs. You're welcome, Matt. Seriously. If you have a DC generated by a character, a monster that's level 5, and it can kill a character, the DC of being 11 feels low. But that being said, a character who is not trained in that saving throw might only be rolling at a +3. Even at a +4, they still have to roll a little. They still have to roll like a little. They can only afford to dip a little below average. But some characters have -1s, right? So a character with like a -1 in a stat rolling a saving throw of DC 11 versus death still has to roll a 10 has to roll an 11 to get 10, which means they have to roll 12, which means they have to roll above average to just die instantly. One of the most ridiculous things is having XP, but then not doing individual XP. What's the point of it then? If everyone's at the same XP, they should just all level at the DM's discretion. Rant over. 100% agree. 100%. I think tracking separately is stupid for all the different reasons why expecting people to bookkeep or else not get to have as much fun is stupid. Especially when that is alleviated by just not having to do that bookkeeping at all. And if it's groupie XP, exactly, they're all going to level at the same time anyway, then just do it. EXP mattered more in earlier editions when you could get EXP by turning in items, treasure, and it mattered more in early editions when you just spend it like currency to make magic items. DMs are converted to leveling milestone. It's so much better. Agreed. It's so much better. We've been doing milestone leveling. Matt, when did you start doing it? Because I had only first experienced milestone leveling when we were playing together in high school. That's where I first encountered it, was under you or Corey. Yeah, you or Corey were the first people to introduce me to milestone. And I've been a convert ever since. I can't imagine it doing it any other way. Can't imagine doing it any other way now. It's just so much better. I like the idea of the party being awarded a pool of EXP in earlier editions for spending on item making. Or item points back in 3.5. But anyway, I digress. Back to the saving throw. So, character killed with this weapon going to hell, the DC can be surprisingly low. And a lot of people will fail it. I actually think it should only be a DC 13. And I'll tell you why. A character with +3, so proficiency in a saving throw, but no positive in the stat, has to roll a 10 to make a DC 13 saving throw, which means there's a 50% chance they die. Or in this case, they have a 50% chance of going to hell. A character who's well-trained will have 3+2 or 3, and they have a 6. So that's still, they have to roll a 7 or higher, or they go to hell. And that's not as good odds as you think, in terms of meeting and exceeding expectation. So I think something that sends you all the way to hell, 13 or 14 is fine. 15 is too much. And I rarely see DC set at 14 anywhere. So I'm inclined to make this a DC 15 item. DC 13 charisma. Or awaken as a soul in Avernus. Or some similar afterlife dedicated or dictated by the weapon and its purpose. I mean, that looks good to me. I don't know why I did that. That looks really good to me. That looks scary good to me. And the best part is that even though the mark only lasts for 48 hours, those souls are in that other place until someone goes to save them or resurrects them. And the DM might always want to put a MacGuffin or some blanket thing that prevents them from being resurrected properly. Maybe a PC and an important NPC die to this weapon. And you resurrect the PC, and then when you go to resurrect the NPC that your party cares about, that they love, that they like, they all receive a mental image backlash of the Revivify or the Raise Dead failing, and like some creature of the Shadowfell clutching the soul. Oh, no problem. Clutching the soul of the person, preventing them from being resurrected. You could get some cool quest building out of that too. Just killing someone they kinda like, even when they have resurrection, you can put a plot on the table with a weapon like this. I like it. Oh, no problem. Like I said, no problem at all. I love doing this stuff. It's super fun. The extra 20, 25 minutes, it was a fun discussion. Does anyone else have anything? I keep looking over here because I'm used to my camera being over there now. Does anyone else have anything they would like some help with? If not, thanks for tuning in. Links are in the About section for my Discord, my Twitter, so you can see when I go live. I don't have a YouTube at the moment, so I've actually got all the camera equipment. I'm about to start one, but I'm missing a couple clutch cables. Oh, no problem. Do you have an idea for an item, Dave, before you take off? I don't have to be done. The plan is to have a YouTube up by the end of the month. That will be stuff like this. I'll be loading the VODs of these conversations, and then talking about, I think, just some talking about rules and mechanics and things like that. I do unboxings on this channel, typically on Tuesdays, because that's when new Woods of the Coast content comes out. So when new minis or when new products come out. Thanks. Actually, here, hold on. I think it's around here somewhere. Just give me one sec. I don't know where I put it. Oh, never mind. It's at my feet. That's fair. We unboxed the Curse of Strahd revamped box set on Tuesday. So if you look at the VOD from 2 days ago, you can take a look at what's in this. You can take a look at a very poor quality video of what's inside this coffin. Yeah, so I do unboxing, I do minis unboxings, typically on Tuesdays. This is your first time here. Yeah, it took out a bunch of it. There's a little of it still left because I think Wizards kind of missed the point on some things. It also has some cool bonus material. It also has an all-new DM screen. So people that love the knickknacks are drooling because it's a really nice DM screen. It's one of the better ones, I think. It's so good that I'm not going to make you watch the VOD of a previous stream. I'm going to just take it out so you can see it. One, when you open up the box, it is a coffin-shaped picture of Strahd. If you're in the US and you can get it at the price that Amazon is listing it at in the US, do it. It is expensive here in Canada. I got a killer pre-order bonus deal on it, which is why I did it for an unboxing. It is too expensive a product for a channel Oh, you're in the UK? I don't know how much it goes for in the UK. So in the US, this kit is just under $60 US. In Canada, it can jump up as high as 120 to 150 because we're getting so few of them. I have no idea what the price will be in the UK. My assumption is a little closer to the US price than ours, but it depends on distribution. So it comes with that picture of Strahd in the coffin right underneath. It shouldn't be expensive to get. D&D do fair prices over here because of low demand. Ah, see, that's fair. The adventure is only a soft cover because it's got this armor. They took the monsters out of the adventure and gave them their own monster manual for organization, which is a godsend because monsters just being thrown willy-nilly in the book is garbage. There's a booklet for the card deck. So if you don't want to actually bring out the cards, you can actually read the cards from the booklet, which again is a section from this, but having it as its own thing is really good. There's also a tarot deck in here, the specific one for the setting. But the thing that some people are buying this for is this DM screen. which is muted blues and grays and a little bit of black. And it's just Barovian countryside and spooky classic vampire scenes. And it's flippin' great. It's so minimalist. It's one of the best DM screens, I think, because of that. It's so great. I personally, and this is just me, because I am also a person of color, and while I am not a person of Roma descent, I believe that there's a certain level of empathy that I have to, if I'm going to be a content creator and a broadcaster, that I should take a step further in how I represent myself. And so having something like this in my possession, I just feel like I need to hold myself to a slightly higher standard. So because they didn't get rid of all the racism, they got rid of the worst of it. They left a couple things in. They left in references to the evil eye and all the supernatural BS that people of Roma descent are actually accused of throughout history. You know, the stuff that the Nazis killed them over. They left a lot of that in. Oh, darn. Those things are so nice, though. They left that stuff in. They got rid of all the real world stereotypes that reasonable people have in the modern day, but they left the weird religious stereotypes and the weird supernatural ones that were used to justify hundreds of years of oppression. So, and a lot of it continues on this day. So it's an imperfect trade. It's one of those things that the Vistani never should have existed in the first place, and so they just should stop using them and replace them with some other thing. Yeah, it kind of does. Does it make the adventure suck? No. Does it make it not something I want to have sitting behind me on the channel? Yeah. So it's probably going to get traded in, or I'm going to sell it to a friend so I get some of my money back, maybe. More likely that I'll trade it in, because I like getting that credit with that store that gave me that discount, because it was incredibly nice of them to do. Then someone who can enjoy it more will get their hands on it. Yeah, exactly. Why not just create another group of people? So the Vistani are a hardcore part of Ravenloft, which is the setting this is from. And Ravenloft is an old setting. So you risk, and this is the business decision, if you don't include it, you risk pissing off a bunch of old men. Yeah, Wizards confuses a lot of people at times. It's because as a business, you have to decide, are the new people coming in going to get angry enough at the company that they stop buying the way crotchety old men will? And you play a balancing game to appease the people that are buying your stuff. And in my opinion, the fact that they've done this is the right step forward, because they're going to get rid of it more and more. And they're going to be more inclusive as they go. Wizards already introduced, like, transgender characters in Magic the Gathering, and they pushed, albeit a little lacklusterly, to include a transgender character in Lords of Waterdeep. Sure, they keep getting the weird stigma of racism in to appease people, but they continue to have a dump on the... Agreed. You know what setting is only mean to white people? Planescape. I've never seen a setting that takes the piss out of, like, Londoners and New Yorkers in equal like measure. I'm an old man, cater to me. Yeah, so, like, I'm looking forward to, like, some of these Magic the Gathering expansions, because the first one, Guilds of Ravnica, is a dumpster fire. It is not a good book. It has a good monster section and just barely enough data to kind of get an idea of what the setting is, and then just some lackluster racial options, some overpowered backgrounds, and a really good monster section. If they sold the Ravnica monster section separate, it would be one of the best products you could buy, because it would be adequately cheaper, and not a hardcover. But as a product, it's garbage. Theros is one of my favorite books that they've printed yet, because what they put in here is more useful Yeah, that's gonna get, no, I'm just gonna ban that. There we go. Yeah, the Critical Role setting book is not, so here's the thing. I had to ban him, actually. Nightbot did not get that ban in. I did that manually. They just warned him. So I think that there's a structure in how good the products are based on how useful they are to one of the two target demographics, players and DMs. It did time it out. So, for example, the player's handbook is a necessity, but it's garbage in the way it's laid out. So I have to rate it highly, but I don't love it. Volos in the Monster Manual are adequate. They're baseline. DMs need them, players don't. That's just how it is. It does have a 5e book. I'm looking into it. I pointed that out to you, I thought. I thought I was the one who told you about Scarred Lands. The spells are the worst part. I don't think the spells are the worst part. I don't think the spells are the worst part. I think you need to tell me how to figure out how spellcasting and combat works without actually having played the game before. Because it's in 4 different places how spellcasting works. It's in its own chapter. There's a loose bit about it in the combat chapter. There's a little bit of it about it in each class that casts spells. And then there's a random bit about it in one of the other chapters. And then there's even more about it in the DMG to clarify and to slot some expanded rules. It's a weird way to organize your books. If I were a person who'd never played a game before, this is the simplest version of it, but it's only at its simplest when someone who already knows how to play it is guiding you through it, because then it seems super simple. If you read the player's handbook cover to cover, you would be confused. Yeah. 100%. So when they come out with third additional books, I grade them in terms of what new content are they bringing to the table that makes the book valuable to one, the other, or both. And the better books are the books that are going to help you with both. I think that the best book outside of the Dungeon Master's Guide, outside of the Monster Manual stuff, and the Player's Handbook, I think Eberron Rise of the Last War is the factual best product they put out. And I get that there's a bit of bias from me, from people that know me, because I love Eberron. Eberron is my favorite setting after Planescape. Planescape being just the most wonderful gonzo thing. Reading rulebooks is my favorite hobby. Yeah. Eberron's Rising from the Last War is one of the most important books they put out for new players, for veteran players, and for DMs. It gives you a whole new setting to think about. And in fact, the first real setting supplement we've got, because Sword Coast Adventure's Guide is absolute horseshit. It has good stuff for players, and it has nothing for dungeon masters. Only some fluff that could easily be gotten out of a PDF of one of the older Forgotten Realms books. It just doesn't add anything to the conversation. This is the first real campaign setting we've got. It gives you a lot of important information on how the world functions. It gives you a lot of information on its biggest, most important capital city. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a waste. It is a waste for you because you're a DM. Those classes and some of the backgrounds are very fun for players. Bladesinger alone makes it a great player supplement. But as a DM, you can... everything that was useful to you and that was available for free on the internet. And literally, like, just copy-pasted from older books. I use it for the gods. Yeah, that's valid. This book has a new pantheon. It has a new system for how players can form adventuring parties, including a group background concept for having a patron that gives the players a shared skill and an extra pool of some starting gear or money that allows them to put their team together because they have an employer. It gives a brand new base class with 2 archetypes. It has new spells. a bunch of player races reprinted out of Volos and made better and more playable, plus completely unique races to the setting. It has everything players and DMs want. It has a whole section on how to run villains and how to make recurring villains work better in the format of the game. This is one of the best things. Do I necessarily need everything in it? No. I've been playing since like 2003, 2004. I've been playing multiple editions of this game. I don't need it as much. This book, if you put this in the hand of someone who's new, who isn't a great DM, even if they don't run the setting, the information in here about how to create vibrant NPC structures of like civilization, of like NPC structures of like guilds and like expanded like how to run like a journalistic endeavor in a fantasy game. There's newspapers in here. How to run a newspaper is in here. It's fun. It's fun and it's useful. By far the best. Avernus is the best adventure. Theros is my second favorite after Eberron because it has new races that are good. It has a new background. I did the patron background when I had players work for Batman. It was great. Yeah. It has a new feature that's similar to how Pathfinder did Divine Rank for players. It has a piety system for worshiping a god and that god rewarding you. So there's like becoming a champion of a deity. And that piety system can be morphed and adjusted very quickly into all sorts of other things that are like net group bonuses or individual bonuses based on like a relationship to a higher power. It's got some pretty great world building, probably the best world building other than in Eberron. I learned a lot. I've learned more about Theros than Theros' novels teach. And I've read 2 novels set in Theros, and this is more informative. There's an adventure in here that is not bad, and a really fun monster manual section. Theros is great. This is a great book for DMs and a great book for players. If people need new settings, these are the settings I recommend right now. Because these books are in mass production, they're not expensive, they have tons of great rules for players and DMs. These are excellent resources. You can learn so much and have a lot of fun with them. I may get this for a friend of mine. I know he has the potential to be a great DM, but he's nervous to play and is intimidated as he compares how he thinks he will do to how I DM in sessions. Yeah, I can see that. That's definitely a mood that some people will take. The best thing you can do as a DM to encourage other people to DM is really make them love the game. And the best way to make them love the game is to be good at your job. There's a person I play with, Dan. Dan basically is like I went to school with Dan in English literature. Dan loves video games. He loves all this stuff. When we got into D&D, I think it was less than a year in, and he ran us a one-shot that was as good as anything I had written for something that short and that uncomplicated. He churned out something in a week that I probably could have churned out in a couple days, but he did it with no DM experience and at the same quality. Like if we on stream, I had 4 hours to write an adventure, he turned out in a week with no experience what I would be hard pressed to turn out at that level of quality in 4 to 5 hours. Easy. Super talented. I may get this he does love the game from my understanding. He plays in my group and is the only guy playing a female, so he's a good role player. Even if he's not a good role player, he's making the attempt. I think Maddie and I almost exclusively played female characters for a really long time. Not that, I mean, to be clear, this is an LGBTQIA+ stream because I'm a transgender person. So playing a girl isn't weird for me, but I was doing that before I was out. That was always, I do see that people being willing to explore other genders, other sexualities, in their roleplay, I think is very good. I think it's a high point of someone willing to try and invest in the skill set that playing in this game grows in a person. It's a good sign. It's a very good sign. Yeah. Trying to think if there's like I could write a tier list about the books. And that's why he's one of your favorite players. Excellent. Moby Whirl, thanks for the follow, my friend. I just want to play a fighter, but no one will play with me. Oh no. No. Moby. No. Okay, so here's the question, Moby. If I'm pronouncing that right. Presuming that you live in a Western country, how is your country with the disease that should not be named? Is it a thing where you can't find a physical group, or you're trying to find an online group? Yeah, digital groups is what I'm saying. Because if you don't need to find I'm just trying to find an online group. There are some great resources for that. There is a couple different Reddit communities dedicated to find our IRL friends hit writer's block. Oh, yeah. There are some couple really good Reddit communities. I believe there's even a looking for group tag on Twitter. I don't know if anyone uses it right now because it would have a huge influx now that everybody's mostly doing online. I would suggest, can I be in your group? I just want to be a damn fighter half elf. I mean, unfortunately at the moment my group is full up. I don't have any openings. I have a pretty hard limit of 5 players, which I'm currently at. I find that playing with large groups, I know. Playing with large groups online can be difficult, especially when you don't know the people. My online group right now is people I know in real life. We've got a few years of commitment into it. I have a max of 6. I think it depends on the DM. I run in person 10-person groups pretty successfully. I also run a game called Vampire the Masquerade, which is a horror game. And for 3 years, I ran a table of 9 players. And it's a game way more complex than D&D. My issue is that the particular group of people I have, not all of them have microphone discipline, where they'll either stay off push to talk, or they forget to hit push to talk and they stay muted all the time. Just little things like that. But that missed time of playing where people don't understand each other or are muted adds up really quickly in a game where you're consciously aware that you only have like 3.5 hours to play. Playing with community is something I intend to open up to as the channel grows. You can force Discord to only allow push talk. I might be someone who does that. I would rather not. I see the value in it, but the problem is the majority of the people that have problems with it in my group are people that forget to push to talk. If it were the other way around, yes, it's actually not a problem that they talk over one another. My first DM was my math teacher, but she would always allow people to join the game. We had 12 at one point. We had to split the group because some issues, because it always maxed at 6. Yeah. My first DM was my uncle in 2nd edition. And then a neighbor ran a different game that I always forget the name of. Earth Bind or something. It's some old D8 system. And then I played like one other time with my uncle when I was like an early teen. And then I played with Matt when I think Chris was our DM. 6 is a healthy number before it gets a little too rough. I've done massive groups before, yeah. Yeah, massive groups can be rewarding, and it can be really interesting. But you have to build around that player number, and the game the math of the game starts to not work out right, because it doesn't scale that way. Like, it's kind of built around a specific number of players. Have a good night. Bye, Cirque. You'll be missed. But yeah, I do intend to do a live cast. I have a group that are building characters right now for a stream game. So we'll stream a game, and once that's done, because it's really intended to be like maybe 3 or 4 continuous sessions. After we're done that, I am thinking of opening up to doing one shots with fans and followers and stuff, because I think that's potentially very fun. But I would suggest finding an online campaign group. That's something I should actually invest in getting to know a bit better, because as I make more content around this game and other tabletop games, knowing where people can find those communities is valuable information for me to have. So, Moby, if you haven't yet, you could pop into the Discord, and I will pin in the tabletop section. We're gonna pin. Thank you, Matt. We'll pin a resource list of some online communities where you might be able to find a group, and I think that list will be valuable to maintain and check up on. Yeah, I will do that probably tomorrow, as it is getting late here. It's almost 11 at night. I had a distaste towards alignment because of that game. I wasn't allowed to do some actions because I was lawful good. That's silly. Alignment restriction to actions makes no sense. Shift the person's alignments. Yeah, so I view alignment as a 2-factor thing. Your alignment matches what you do, and the alignment you begin the game with is what closely aligns with how your character was up until that point. If you're going to play the character completely different, you should just be changing the alignment. The only other thing that alignment matters for is the few mechanics where monsters, spells, or magic items interact with that alignment. Any other way of looking at it is frustrating. Any other way. And it should all be role-playing rewards and role-playing penalizations. If you're a lawful good character and you worship a lawful good god and you do a bunch of bad things, if you're a spellcaster, you might lose access to your spells. But an evil god or a neutral god might offer you that power because you are a leveled member of a cleric or druid or whatever, and you have power. So they want you to work for them. Alignment can change. That's why I allow new players to start neutral if they are new to D&D at least. I mean, 5e even has ideals and goals and such now as a mechanic for inspiration now too. There are things that should help with roleplay, not hinder it. 100%. I love the background and the goals, ideals systems. I love it. It really helps people who are new figure out a way to play their character, especially new people, because it's always something they can look at and they'll be like, I'm not lost. I know what I should be doing. I should be working towards this goal. I'm in this dungeon with these idiots, killing these goblins for money, because that money will pay for the ship I need to get back home to see my family one last time before one of them dies of some incurable disease. And flaws are great too. I agree. All these things are great. It's hard for me to hate on the player's handbook because it introduces all the new great concepts in the game that I love, but it's organized so poorly that I also hate it. But yeah, links in the doobly-doo will take you to my various places where you can see me rant about these things, or also to just what am I talking about again, or where you can see the information that we'll be gathering. Any content I make on Thursdays will go up in the Discord. We'll be putting up I'm gonna collect the VODs and upload them to YouTube. My flaws, my characters try to help everyone. Chaotic stupid. The CG, but the G's drawn a little weird to look like an S. Classic. I typically base my character flaws on the on some of the character flaws from some other games. Neutral good for life. Valid. There's a fly in here. Well, I do want to eat these hot wings, and I am starting to get pretty tired. So, I will actually call it this time. Again, Moby Whirl, you don't have to, but if you do join the Discord, I'm going to find that group, looking for group thing. I'm going to find some community access. Possibly, if we get enough people in the Discord, we might get some people playing D&D there. If you find some people that want to play, having the Discord be a place for that kind of community to grow is 100% a thing that I am totally cool with and would love to see. It takes no effort for me to upgrade some people's some DMs into some status, some like lower mod status, or create a new role, and then just give you a couple chat rooms for playing D&D in. That would be dope. I actually think that would be very good. Yeah, I'm kind of at loss for words at this point because I'm getting pretty sleepy. So thank you very much for tuning in. As always, I really appreciate it. Everything you guys do to pay attention, to like watch the videos, feels great. And feel free to give me a follow, hop into the Discord, subscribe if you want. Everything I make from this channel goes into making the channel better camera equipment, better PC equipment, and just improving everything. And hopefully, I want to get a camera set up where I can show people the books live, because I don't want to do... where the chat is on the screen now, I would like to be another camera where it's like a zoom in of rules that I'm looking at, and have that set up. That would be phenomenal. But that's a little while's coming. Okay, see you later. Looking forward to the next stream, and thanks for all the help. You deserve more followers for the help that you do, in my opinion. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. If you think that, let your players know. Tell your players to tune in. Monday nights, if I have anything to unbox, Tuesday nights, if I have anything to unbox, I unbox it, and then we play RPGs. I play action RPGs and regular RPGs and horror games. But I typically do horror games on the Saturday. Thursdays is going to be this from now on. And Saturdays is probably going to be horror games and maybe the RPGs. It depends on what people are up for. We're doing a lot of Baldur's Gate right now because Baldur's Gate is really fun. We might work in that new Stellaris game, I think is what Matt pointed out to me. Stellaris? What is that called? It's a D&D based game. Where's my wish list? On Steam. Solasta, yeah. That looks awesome. Probably gonna pick that up. Yeah, I will do workshopping and more than just this. If people just want to talk shop about how to run situations, how to build like interesting concepts and plots, I'm down for all of that. My only real claim to fame, not claim to fame, but my only real credential is in the time that I've been doing this. For the last 4 years, I've done an interconnected Eberron game that is a horror noir thriller Eberron game. And so that takes a certain kind of setup for planning and writing, and I think it gives me an edge on certain things that part of the creative process I've done so many times now that it's like muscle memory, and I find it very easy to talk about, and I love talking to people about it, because I love sharing this hobby with people. Needs more samurai with a ladle killing imps, am I right? Look, that was dope. Samurai is such a broken glass. So good. That was a fun game. You can't tell me that wasn't at least a little fun. The train's full of imps. Or methods, was it? Oh, I can't remember. And in my defense, because I do think that game was a smidge lackluster, forcing myself to have no weapons or armor. Yeah. Just to make it fair for my NPCs, because of how good Samurai is. In my defense, it's the group that particular group of people is sometimes hard to run for. I find I haven't done it enough to get a feel for all of them in the now because I haven't played with you guys in so long. That was a learning experience and also some little wacky. There's a reason why that group isn't together anymore. That's fair. That's also fair. Yeah. Well, this is the third time I'm going to attempt to go to sleep tonight. Thank you very much for tuning in. Again, all the links are down below in the About section. I hope to see you guys through the week. Feel free to pop into the Discord. Ask me questions. If you have rules questions or thoughts, take it peasy. I will try. Feel free. That's what the Discord's there for. Send me a message. Connect with some people. Maybe we'll get a live game going in the there might be enough people in there now who are looking for a group to play with that we could put something together in the week. But yeah, take care, be excellent to one another. Peace out. Thanks for watching.